It's that time again. Welcome to the stage. Oh yeah. Where energy and creativity collide. Here we go. Let's level up. Make this something to remember. All right.
Time for new beginnings, a new season, a new game. Everything begins anew here at the NACE Star League in the 2022 fall season. Welcome everyone to the top of the show. Myself, LaFon, alongside me, Jungle God here for the Overwatch portion of the broadcast here tonight. Jungle God, it's great to have you on side here with me, but we have a fantastic show ahead of us.
We do, and I gotta tell you, this is the most excited I have felt in a long time about Overwatch. I mean, new game, 3 new heroes. I mean, you arguably 4 with the reworked Clarissa that we've seen, and so much excitement, so many unknowns coming into us today with these 4 teams that we're gonna watch.
That being said, we do have to talk about how the season's going to go, though, and this is true for very many places, right? We start with the regular season, a lot of conference play, then we get into the conference play-ins where teams will have that last stand chance, then we move obviously on to the conference championships themselves, and then finally into the playoffs, oh God, where teams will vie for an opportunity to play in the grand finals on location. So a very, very hotly contested season here as we get set to go. We're well into a lot of that, halfway through, near to that October 21st. Hey, that's my birthday too. Date for the regular season finish of play, but we do have to get things underway, as we said, in Overwatch, specifically here in this moment. Getting a look at today's schedule, we start off with a couple of games in Overwatch, followed up by batch number 3, which will be in League of Legends, so you don't want to miss that action later on tonight. But starting at the top of the order, we start with match number 1.
That we do. It's going to be Ashland Esports going up against Loyola College. Loino for short is probably how we're going to refer to it from here on out. And then after that, we're going to check out the Colorado School of Mines, a local team to me out here in the mountainous regions of the U.S. And then we'll be taking a look at Stone Child College as well. So lots of excitement. And I can't wait to see what these teams are going to bring to us today, LaFon.
Certainly the case as we get set to go in for the actual games themselves, but teams are fighting for a pretty hefty prize pool, as you can kind of see there. First place going away with $2,500. Nothing just needs that, indeed, followed of course by second and third place respectively. So certainly more than just bragging rights to fight for here.
There absolutely is. I mean, that goes a long way for anybody, especially somebody in college. So I know these players are going to be eager to get those prizes. Now, let's talk a little bit, though, about some of our sponsors today, LaFon.
Yeah, of course. For Extra Life, play games to change kids' health, change the future. Join Extra Life today. And of course, for going into this, a big thank you and shout out to our sponsors here. NACE Star League runs on Duncan. Click the Twitch panel below to find a Duncan near you.
Absolutely. And of course, the ROTC, become a leader for life. Be sure to check out all of our fine sponsors, give them a click, see what they're all about. And thank you so much for being a part of NACE Star League this year.
Yeah, wouldn't have the show be able to run without our wonderful sponsors. Now, moving into the actual games themselves for the day. Starting, of course, we got to talk about the big ticket item here for Overwatch specifically. That is Overwatch 2 that we are getting into. So as we start week 6 here at the NACE Star League, as we said, Ashland University versus Loino. We've got some pretty interesting teams to look out for here in the East Division in game number 1 for Overwatch.
We really do. And one of the things I'm going to be excited about seeing, if you know, regardless of which teams we're coming up against, is how they are adapting to one tank. How are they going to play this now? Are they, you know, do they have in their roster players who are specific picks for specific tanks? Do they have someone who's a jack of all trades who can fit into any kind of situation? That's what I'm going to be looking for, at least on my side the most today, is how are they going to handle this monumental change to how the game is played?
I mean, that's the biggest question here for us, right? As we get into the unknown that is Overwatch 2 at the professional, or sorry, at the competitive level, in that move to 5v5. That being said, there's a lot that's been changed since then in the micro of the game as well, with that reduction of a tank player. Sports have to be a lot more dynamic in their approach to gameplay. You have to be a little bit more on the spot with both your healing, but also have to be there with your damage in playing that throughput. And of course, damage dealers have been sort of unleashed with the space they've been given. Now they don't have to necessarily worry about an off-tank kind of feeling for them. And I mean, you already touched on how tanks kind of get referred to in 5v5. But with all that being said, you can see the predictions down below, who we're each going for. Ashley over there for a Juggernaut. I'm going with Loyola on this side. And with a new game, I mean, a little bit of spice never hurt anyone. It's good to see us a little bit different on this desk.
Exactly. I definitely throwing my cards in with Ashland University today. I think the Eagles have what it takes to bring home the win. But you know, it's Loyola University. They're no slouches either.
I'll cop to it. I chose entirely because of the name of the players. The just Kale's destiny here. The absolute character salad that was that name. Sometimes analysis truly is just peak here on the caster desk. We'll get into the game itself in just a moment, of course. As a reminder, getting into the actual maps, we do have some changes in some of the maps as well, coming from Overwatch to Overwatch 2. Right, a little bit more geometry. The game's a little bit faster now as well, with that reduction, just increasing damage that everyone's kind of doing. So I'm curious, now that we've kind of, exited. Anyone who kind of remembers the beta patch for Overwatch will know that Junker Queen was very, very powerful. Yeah. That is no longer the case. She did get a pretty hefty nerf, and I think that's kind of opened up the field to what you're capable of playing. And so as we kind of tread into this brand new approach, we do have to say that we don't have many expectations about any specific compositions that are going to be run. Rather, the expectation, I think, is that it's going to be much more fluid and dynamic in the approaches teams are going to take.
I agree, and I think that Junker Queen nerf was so healthy for the game, and it's really allowed for a lot more expression in the game, right? Yeah. And players can play how they like to. You know, they can say like, "This is who I am" with a character. You know, I am a Genji monster. You know, and the dive is going to be key for my success, right? And in addition to one of the things I think we have to talk about as well is I think there's less room for error now with 5v5 as well. So these teams are really going to have to be on top of it. They're going to have to be so much more aware of what's going on. And that especially goes for the tanks.
That's true. Kind of live and die by your tanks in certain cases, right?
Yes.
In terms of the space that's being created, they do have to set the tempo of the game once you move into it. I will also highlight, of course, that once, in terms of the action as it kind of gets through, just kind of looking over at the notes I've been taking over the games I've kind of been, just following to make sure that we're up to date for this new patch. Characters that we're going to really see a lot of are going to be, Sojourn, Genji. Sombra's a really big pickup right now. I think you're going to start to see a little bit more mobility-based play. Sometimes even Pharah can kind of really get some value, right? You don't have to worry so much. A lot of times, you looked at like kind of old Overwatch when you had the two tanks, and D.Va, kind of a perpetual off tank in play, just put a lot of pressure on a lot of players a lot of the time. And with that being taken away or reduced a lot of the time, in most cases, it really has allowed, I think, those aerial threats to really be unlocked in ways that prior they may not always have.
You're absolutely right, and I think one thing too that I'd like to highlight from what she said as well is that dive, I think, is very strong right now. I think dive is going to be one of the premier metas that we're going to see. Of course, nothing is really settled on at this point. We don't know what the landscape is going to look like, and this is part of what we're finding out tonight. So I'm excited to see if that is going to be the case, if we are going to see a heavy dive meta coming out. And, what are the colleges thinking about it? What are they going to bring out? And in addition, creativity, big monumental changes in the game, they can come from just about anywhere. I mean, we remember Ghost, right? came from a contender team who was relatively unknown. I mean, they were a contender team, so people knew about them, but they weren't high on anybody's radar necessarily. And all of a sudden, game-breaking changes come in, game-breaking new meta comes in. So, you know, what are we going to see here today? Who knows?
That is very true. Another thing to kind of take note of course, is that when you look at tier 1 gameplay, we've had the most kind of time on this build. They've showcased that there is a lot of flexibility, I think, in the current patch. That's not really, you know, I think surprised that we've seen a lot of Zarya. I think Reese has made some appearances. We've also seen, you know, some dive come in, but I think if you're kind of looking at sort of an expectation for I think this level of collegiate gameplay, I would expect a little bit of more based around the Zarya rush a lot of the time. I would still expect to see Genji kind of come in. Genji is, as I said, unblocked in a lot of ways. Right?
He is.
Get checked nearly as much. Not as many stuns, right? You don't have to worry too much about going in aggressively. So that's something to kind of be aware of as well. So as we get set to get started here in the East region between, as we said, Ashland University and Loyola New Orleans. The real question, I think, for aside from what does a new game look like, is how well do these players pick up a new game? And Overwatch, for all intents and purposes, despite it having a lot of similarities to its predecessor, has so many new avenues of approach that we really have to address as we get started on map number 1 here, which is going to be Lijiang Tower.
Absolutely, and Lijiang Tower historically been very, very brawl-centric, right? It's a map where you play, if we're talking about Control Center particularly, it's where you play brawl. It's where you're going to see the Reinhardt, but if my memory serves me correctly, we've seen a little bit of Winston played there as well. So this map in particular, right, all 3 submaps, I think, have moved to more of a mobility-based composition. So I'm going to be curious to see if these teams go that way.
Well, early looks yet. There's that Zarya I kind of highlight. Oh my goodness, all the characters I highlighted already making an appearance.
Yeah. Yeah, Genji's on both sides. Reaper in tow versus the Sombra between Loyola and Ashland. So gonna be curious to see how that plays out. One of them, of course, gonna be dealing a whole lot more damage than the other, the more creating opportunities for their team to make something happen. Ashland University poking a little bit as Loyola was able to get the point a little bit quicker. Hack comes out, but nothing really substantial happening as of yet.
Just a gentle poke here. He could deflect some cheesy dance in, but not able to actually finalize the final blow there. Jolly God, this is kind of withered away as slowly, with that DMAC coming into Papa Smurf, you would expect the cleanup to come in here.
Yeah, you absolutely would, and there it is. Loyola University was able to do, I think, a lot of poke damage, a lot of just poke them out, get them low, and then they weren't able to push in to try and pressure the point.
That's Sombra doing so much work at it. Just putting pressure onto Papa Smurf, right? Not allowing the D.Va to really exist for free. Plus that damage addition, right? When you're hacked. Big boot coming in, and that's going to be a kill. That's the fight over.
Oh my gosh, but it was Clandestiny on the Reaper. I think they were able to TP back up. But Memes, not to be outdone, will find the environmental kill. Papa Smurf does as well. But points still ticking in favor of Ashland University, and it's an even fight at the moment. Memes is able to finally take out Kale's Destiny. And with that, once again, Ashland University able to hold on to the point and get up to about 50%.
Yeah, I mean, kind of one of the things here is that Memes has been checking the throughput. And what's a big problem here for Loyola now is with that tempo change, we're going to see a shift from Loyola stylistically, is that they're going to be behind in ult charge pretty significantly. EMP is going to be able to just close things out right away. And it deals about 50% damage, right, of your max HP.
Ooh, here comes the EMP now. That's going to be super detrimental to Loyola University. All 5 caught in it. That should be a quick team wipe once again for Ashland.
I mean, listen, EMP played, what else can you say, right? That's just
exactly.
The problem is we're now in Final Fight territory, and Ashland University has Graviton Surge, they have Coalescence. I mean, this truly, you're gonna have to go for a Nano Blade here from Loyola, but you have to dodge this Graviton Surge. I don't necessarily see that as being a very good combo to avoid, especially when Beat's online here.
Exactly. We're going to see the sound barrier come out from Memes. Vasuki able to take out Kale's Destiny. Hack comes out as well from B1H, and again, Loyola University just not able to find what they need, and this will be Ashland University taking very quickly the first sub-map here on Lijiang.
That 30% passive that or I guess it's not really a passive, everyone has it. The 30% ult retention when you change heroes does not really help Loyola tremendously there, as Ashland University able to rack up just such a dynamic, such a one-sided early fight that they snowball into a round win. And I mean, Ashland University, this is sometimes the truth of control, is that if you can get a really clean first fight and you're able to get those ultimates online that much quicker, it truly does feel like a lockout at times. Now, Loyola, we'll have to see if they stick on this Pharah, because a Pharah with no pocket, right, with no mercy in the backline can be very difficult to make work. There, we're going to see it actually come through as Raptrunk switches over, and now this unlocks High Tree to actually be able to put so much more range pressure and wither away the healing of the backline here for Ashland University.
Absolutely. In addition, having that far as well is going to allow them to take multiple angles, right? If Ashland University decides to take the point first, which they just did, then Loyola, they have an opportunity to really start poking from behind. And there we go. High Tree already finds memes, so they're not going to have that ability to disengage. But counterpick comes in from Cheesy Dance. Now the fight really starting to get underway on point. It's going to be High Tree going down very low, but Ratrock able to get them back up to health. Now Moira putting a lot of pressure on that flying brigade right there. It's going to be picks either way, though, but crucially, Ashland University right now doesn't have any supports online, but then again, neither does Loyola. Hack comes in as well, and by the skin of their teeth, Ashland will take the first fight.
Oh, man. Ashland University, the fact they're able to turn that fight is impressive, because Loyola had an uncontested first pick, right? It was a healer at that. They took down, the fact that Ashland was able to get rid of Papa Smurf in that front line as they were trying to keep damage through is what opened it up. With one tank left, that really is kind of your mainstay in fights. So for Loyola, they're going to need to keep Papa Smurf up a little bit more if they want a chance to kind of return in this map.
They do, and already Papa Smurf is about down to half health, just about chewed through all those shields. In fact, there they go. Both tanks actually looking a little worse for wear at the moment. Ratraw goes down to B1H, and already Loyola is starting to bleed once again. Kale's Destiny is gone. Ashland University, another quick team wipe.
And this is really going to come back to haunt Loyola as a fight that they kind of needed to win, because Ashland University don't really, I mean they don't use anything resource-wise, right? And I mean, while you can get a lot of neutral fight wins in Overwatch 2, way more so than in prior matches, you still need kind of those impact utilities to turn fights around. And I mean, I'm looking at Cheesy Dance here with the blade as kind of a difference maker for Ashland.
It certainly could be, especially considering Revelia also has that Coalescence online. But once again, it looks like they're not even going to need them, as they're able to take this fight without expending, again, any of their ultimates, any of their big resources. And
they keep Vasky in mech. That's tremendous. I mean, literally game defining. It could be, considering we're in last fight. Loyola, a lot of last second changes. You're going to engage with Sound Barrier, you're going to use Blade, but the EMP's at the ready. It just gets so much harder here for Loyola on the way out.
And there's that EMP, but Cheesy Dance able to get 1, 2, 3 kills. That is a huge fight win for Ashland University, and with no doubt in my mind, they are taking this first map of Lijiang Tower.
Yeah, no one gave it a touch.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, a little anticlimactic there at the end, but explosive nonetheless, as Ashland University will take map number 1. I mean, truly.
Oh. Yeah.
That's really fun. I mean, yeah, everyone just falls over there.
Yeah, everybody does. I mean, with the rework that Sombra got, everybody was, I think, hopeful that perhaps the, she wouldn't be quite as oppressive as she is, but she is still such a tremendous force in this game. I mean, you trade the fact that you get your abilities back earlier, but you're taking 50% of your damage, like you said, or 50% of your health is damage. So it's really impactful, and it was certainly the difference maker. I mean, it just is simply that one ult, I think, 1-2 fight, right, for Ashland.
Yeah,
easily.
But exactly so. I mean, we'll say that you got the prediction right for the team for map number 1, because you were on Lijiang Tower, so you kind of had advance notice.
I didn't want to let you know beforehand.
Serves me right for not going into the map myself. Truly, I'll think of that next time. getting a sense of the play here. A lot of what this comes down to is the ult combos, right? We're even seeing that here in kind of this replay. Being able to stack your ultimates through is what Ashland University were able to kind of accomplish. And for Loyola, we're going to need to see a return to that form. They weren't really able to use any ultimates as a combo. They were always on the defensive end or always trying to make an approach to the objective. Now, that is, of course, control, which does kind of play out that in that style. I would expect once we head to a more objective-based map type, thinking like escort, hybrid, stuff like that, even push, you're kind of forced to take fights on the points just due to the map geometry, the nature of the map type. They need to start to kind of combining utilities, right? I mean, one that was really obvious was the EMP coupled with the blade, and alternately, the other thing that kind of Loyola needs to make a big step forward, I think, is that if they can use just one resource to shut down some of these fights, just by scouting maybe, or kind of having one player hang back to perhaps provide a sound barrier or something like that, then there's a lot more opportunity. And Jungle, I think that really could be the difference maker here for Loyola to try and equalize the series as we go into map 2 in a moment.
I think you're right, and something I'd like to add to that as well is Loyola seemed to have a problem building their ultimates as well, right? Ashland was able to win these fights so quickly and so efficiently that they really didn't have time to build up momentum. Normally you see by like that third fight, the team who has typically lost the first two come up with some ultimates, something impactful. But again, Ashland was just so fast, so definitive with these fights that Loyola just didn't have time to build that up. So I'd like to see them, maybe the sports get a little bit more survivability, allow Ashland or take away that tempo from Ashland as well.
That being said, it is just map 1 here in this best of 5, so there is still a lot more game that needs to be played. So I wouldn't press the panic button just yet. These are just sort of kind of elements that would make sense for Loyola to kind of take that next step. In terms of something we've kind of touched on the top of the show, though, stylistically for Overwatch 2, we're already noticing that more unleashed gameplay, right? We saw a lot more variation in the DPS department, while the tanks, heck, we even saw in the tank line a little bit. And I think this is a good kind of breaking point into the next couple of maps where expectation-wise, I think we can kind of start to see that Ashland likes to play a little bit more stable, a little bit more rush-based. They chose to stick on Zarya pretty much the entire time. Now it's really going to come down to, can Loyola, shift their style to put pressure onto the front line of asking for Ashland. I think that also gives you an opportunity. If you can put a little bit more difficulty on that tank line, again, that singular tank, you can really make a name for yourself.
Yeah, you really can, because the tank is there to create spaces, to create opportunities for the DPS to find picks, right, to find a way in, or even just gain advantageous positioning, right, to then be able to stage an attack. And if you put a lot of pressure on that tank, well, then there goes all the space that you need in order to get a fight win, right, or to even begin to have a decent chance at winning this fight. So you're absolutely right. A lot of pressure on that Zarya certainly could do that, and with only 2 bubbles, I mean, she can use them both on herself, but with only 2 bubbles, it's not too terribly much that she has in her pocket in order to mitigate damage, right? Her threat comes from when she gets that beam charged.
Yeah, Zarya is very much a brawl character at this point, right? Just kind of the bruiser, stands in front of the team and soaks up damage, but also does a lot of damage in return. So definitely the case on that front. Kind of looking to just kind of back on that map. Something to note is that Ashland has been very good at cleaning up fights, right? They don't let stragglers kind of last around. We saw several team kills, obviously, but so something to kind of note is that for Ashland, something that we need to kind of expect to keep continuing and very much spell I think a benefit for them moving forward is if they can continue that level of aggression of team coordination to really get those shutdowns. Perhaps spending a little bit less ult to ult might be good for them as well, right? We saw one fight where I think there was 4 ultimates used out of 5.
Yeah.
A little excessive. Granted, they won it, but you really should be if you're using that many resources. So I think for Ashland, still some room to kind of tinker with their game plan, but successful though it was.
You're absolutely right, and if as we move into, like you said, more of these objective-based maps as well, I think we're actually going to start to see Loyola University have a few more opportunities, right? They're going to be able to build up their ultimates at some point in these next maps, right? They're just going to have the time, which you really don't on Control Center anymore. So this is going to be, I think, one of our first real looks at what Loyola is going to be bringing to the table and how they like to play their game.
Dread from it, run from it. Still return. Inevitable it is King's Row. Even in another game, we can't escape.
No,
Curses.
we can't. I mean, it's honestly, I feel like it was destined to be. You know, we saw Lijiang Tower, King's Row, 2 classic maps in Overwatch 1. Same thing here in Overwatch 2.
Listen, I'll say this. Control didn't have any new maps yet in Overwatch 2.
True.
Hybrid did. There's a whole Midtown.
I know, right? It's their King's Row safety blanket, is what it is for these teams. I think, you know,
right.
they know how this is played.
Listen,
and they know what to expect.
It's already week 1 for Overwatch here at the Daystar League, right? This is our first broadcast for the game. I'm putting the teams on notice. I'm putting y'all on blast. I want to see something other than King's Row.
I know, right?
Give me something.
Yeah, there's so many more things that we could see here, and you know, hopefully we'll get something different coming up here soon. But you know, I guess one thing we have to say is it's daytime now. It's the dawn of King's Row, so that's a change at least. And you know,
fair enough.
Some of these maps though, they did get some reworks, like you know, a little bit with the geometry, things like that. But I don't think King's Row was one that saw many changes. And, you know, I think that's also a testament to what a great map design this is.
King's Row apologist over here by co-caster. Unbelievable. Unreal.
You know, I like to be positive. I like to look at the bright side of things as much as I can. And
yeah, I'm
brighter here on King's Row.
I'm very much the I'm very much not that guy. Dialing in though, looking again. Listen, it's King's Row. You're gonna expect to see brawl, but it's double Zarya. I mean, Vasky of course showcased that pretty tremendously through the first map. We'll see if they can continue their run through here. But other than that, very much a lot of sustain. Lucio, Moira here, and all eyes I think on Kale's Destiny here defensively. Has to come up big with these hacks and the assassinations of the backline.
Yeah, exactly, because there's really no upfront damage that's coming in with Sombra, so you have to get your value out of those hacks. Basuki going down very, very low. Support's doing an excellent job, though, of keeping them alive. And it looks like Kale's Destiny has been poked out a little bit by Cheesy Dance. In the meantime, though, Basuki able to get a pick onto High Tree, and now Ashland University starting to file on all cylinders here. Papa Smurf doesn't have much left in the tank in order to defend themselves with, and Ashland University will take the first fight here on King's Row.
The tempo fight there for Loyola University comes off that first hack when you try and get an assassination in, right? They missed their window of opportunity, and then a player's just out of the fight, and Ashland University just has better mid-fight brawl, right? And in fact, Loyola recognizes that, switches over to the Sojourn, trying to kind of provide a little bit more range damage with the railgun, with that alternate fire. That being said, I mean, Ashland University, they're so close to an overclock of their own, and coupled with the coalescence here from Luvalia, Ashland should be able to close things out once they get the respawn in of Cheesy Dance.
Yeah, and you know, despite Cheesy Dance going down, it's really not that big of a deal for Ashland University because it takes so long for this guard to get out of the garage. Sure, Loyola University didn't get a push up to a bookshop, but it doesn't look as though, or rather, Loyola University is not pushing up two arches too terribly much. Ashland is still going to have a lot of room to work with here. Now we're starting to see some of that pressure put in by B1H. Already, High Tree has met their demise. Everybody on Loyola very, very low, and like you said, Ashland just going to cruise to another fight win.
Strongest woman alive.
All good sometimes.
Yep, exactly.
Listen. I mean, there's a lot of really interesting micro plays that happen in the first fight. The second one, truly, it does come down to the fact that Coalescence was available, Overclock was available, Sustain and Damage are going to punch through, and Loyola didn't really have much. Now, though, Loyola does start to trend in towards their own resources. They have a Coalescence here. They're going to have an Overclock from Kale's Destiny, who built it, I have to say, really, really quickly. And I mean, as long as they can dodge this blade from Cheese Dance, they should be in a good position to kind of get a fight pulled here.
They certainly should. Kale's Destiny going to have that sound barrier online. We already see the Disruptor shot coming out, doing a little bit of cleave damage as well. Cheesy Dance with a blade finds the supports. Papa Smurf is down, and Ashland University is showing no signs of slowing right now.
That was a really, really good fight win. What that means, that single ult win for the Blade, is that you're now going to get memes online to a sound barrier to use defensively against whatever Loyola throws at you. And that means that despite Loyola having 5 ultimates, they're going to have to expend more than they'd like. And there's 5 minutes in the time bank here on third. So Ashland University really in full control of this map, both economically and in the time bank.
Yeah, they certainly are. And in particular, High Tree having a hard time staying alive right now. They still haven't been able to build a blade. Already taken out of the fight once again. And Kale's Destiny going down very low. Sound barriers forced out. Pew Pew forced to use it already. B1H, despite that, still able to take Papa Smurf out of the fight. And Ashland, again, showing no signs of slowing at all. Poking at Zarya, though, the bubble comes in the nick of time. High Tree does get the blade out. Able to find Sojourn. Can they find another? Memes of Cheese Dance combining for a couple of kills, and Loyola University showing a little bit of signs of life here, but is it going to be enough, LaFon?
It really is not. The Graviton Surge is still available here for Vasky, as anyone trying to contest will find out the hard way, not if they can't even stay alive. Graviton thrown into the corner, just to prevent anyone from coming out of spawn, but yeah, doesn't matter. Vasky high charge, everyone else alive, and that's gonna be 4 minutes, 5 seconds time bank. Ashland University, a speed run here on their offense as they close out the first half of Kings Row, and Loyola, I mean, they needed an equally dominant performance if they wanted to try and even up in any way this time bank.
They really, really do. And once again, you know, it feels to me like Loyola had a hard time getting these ultimates online, right? Building up the resources that they needed to do to take a fight. And even when they did, it was just Ashland pushing the go button first.
Hello, underground of Kings Row.
Yes, the underground. If I remember my lore correctly, isn't this where like a lot of the Omnics lived and everything?
Yes. So here's some more dark information for you. The payload is a bomb.
Yeah, it's like an EMP, right?
It's
like
an
a massive
EMP.
Yeah.
Omnics, notorious machines that they are, don't really do so well to EMPs. Put 2 and 2 together, I mean, people escorting a bomb to an Omnic, an EMP thing to an Omnic living quarters?
Yeah, it's brutal. It's brutal is what it is. And speaking of brutal as well, I mean, Ashland University's push has been brutal so far. I mean, 4:05 on the clock right now. Loyola University really has their work cut out from it. And, you know, I like what we're seeing, though. I like that we're seeing some swaps coming in now from Loyola. They're saying, you know what, we've tried to see if we can change things stylistically, right? If we can change our approach to how, you know, we're taking on Ashland University, and that hasn't worked. So next up, you know, next thing that you do is you try to break it up. You try to look for different composition. And Papa Smurf's going to be able to put a lot of pressure on Cheesy Dance, who's done a lot, but they're not going to be able to do that if they're down. Ratchrog does come in with the res, but now they're not going to have that for the mid-fight push.
You need to kind of isolate. The bubble's already been committed by Papa Smurf. You need to kind of isolate an individual with the dive, get the bubble down, and block off line of sight of heals. But High Tree dead. This one cannot be undone. Man, that's going to be a reset here. Very, very clean from Ashland University. An attempt was made by Loyola to kind of engage there, but I mean, in essence, this is a dive composition from Loyola. They instead choose to stay in the choke and let the brawl, you know, exceed its strengths. So Loyola are going to need to try and get in the backline here and really give Kale's Destiny opportunity to find value.
And that's gonna be Cheesy Dance finding Ratchrog immediately. No support now for Kale's Destiny. They're hanging on by a sliver of life, and not for very long. Loyola University just falling apart at the seams once again. Papa Smurf is demeched, and Ashland takes this fight.
Full reset coming in. Nice here, alt charge generation from the Lucian, just to get the sound barrier online. Trends towards that 90% marker. Oh my.
This is interesting. I'm not sure if you all are seeing this on stream or not either, but it appears that everything is sped up to about 20 times as fast as it normally is. LaFon, I take it you're seeing the same thing here.
Yeah, the little unfortunate thing there in the just a little bit of a spectator from early days yet, but not a big deal. Gonna come in with a reset here. Papa Smurf gets DMEC, gets taken down. Now with 2 minutes, half the time bank elapsed, in fact, for Loyola. Ashland University, they haven't even used anything, right? You're looking at a grab for this next fight. Sure, the sound barrier is there, but coupled with the Baptiste amplification matrix, we're expecting this to be, you know, I mean, a lot of damage coming through a very small area here for Ashland University.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to be very, very hard to push through that Choka, you know, regardless which direction you try to take it. If you go through the cinema or if you just take it straight down main. High Tree is able to find B1H, though, so now a little bit of trouble for Ashland University. Papa Smurf does get DMEC, though, so they're not going to be able to take care of their team quite as well as they would want to. And because of that, High Tree is able to find one. Loyola looking like they're turning this fight around pretty quickly.
That is really big from Loyola. Yeah. They should actually be able to get the point off this, too. There is going to be a last-second contest. Ashland University don't want to give this one up quite yet. They have the Blade. They have the Overclock. And with B1H coming in, if that's a kill, this is well and truly doable.
Yeah, this really is. With Papa Smurf out of mech and out of the fight now completely, and B1H firing on all cylinders. With that overclock, it's going to be a retake for Ashland University, but Loyola has 2 ticks on the board. If they can regroup fast enough and they can dig deep and find what they need, they can still take this.
That costs everything for Loyola, though, and what should have been a second point contest is now a last-ditch effort at the first objective. Self-destruct in? I don't think it's going to catch anyone. Yeah.
No, I don't think it was. A little bit of a Hail Mary right there. Gains up a little bit of space, but not much else. And in the meantime, Pew Pew has gone down once again. So now they're not going to be able to disengage because of that Papa Smurf caught out once again. They're going to be dealt with swiftly and cleanly by Cheesy Dance. 20 seconds left on the clock. And this is going the way of Ashland very, very quickly.
What a clean fight from Ashland University. A big part of that, of course, is that B1H uses Sojourn's mobility, the ability to change directions very quickly to kind of get around the barrage. And that really is a map winner. A map fight winning play by the Sojourn of Ashland University. They take the second map. They move to match point as a result. And a dominant performance here from the DPS core of Ashland University. Yet again on a hero that is very new to Overwatch.
Yeah, you know, Ashland is looking like a team to really watch out for in this East Conference. They're bearing their fangs. They're showing no signs of slowing down, and they've really got Loyola University perplexed at this point, right? They tried to just change, like I said before, you know, the approach that they took to these fights. You know, seeing if they could stick with the same composition that I'm sure they're comfortable with and that they want to run. But when that didn't work, I'm glad to see that they were able to make some changes. You know, they made some composition changes, but again, they still weren't able to do anything. It looks like Ashland just has an answer for everything they bring to the table.
I mean, truly, there was I mean, the one fight there that we saw was very close to being Loyola taking that first objective. That wasn't, you know, so they're not fully out of it by any stretch of the imagination. It really does come down to focus of attention, though, right? Being in those mid-fight kind of setups. Being aware that your opponent might go for a recontest, you know, alt tracking, which has gotten, honestly, a little bit easier in Overwatch 2, what with the reduced number of players that you kind of have to pay attention to. But the scoreboard is there as well. You can kind of take a glance, see who's doing well, kind of get a gauge of where the next player is going to be having, you know, where the next availability is coming through, right? In Overwatch 1, we didn't have that information. Now, you really should have that kind of in your mind as kind of a secondary level of kind of the shot calling aspect of the game. And I think a big part of that is not recognizing there's a sound barrier, an overclock, and a blade at the ready for Ashland University for the recontest. And, yeah, I mean, we already talked about how the Sojourn dodging the barrage really opens that up because the survivability just so good.
It really is. And one of the things I think too that Ashland has done a great job of that we didn't really touch on a whole lot is they won so many fights. They won so many fights without using any ultimates. I mean, we saw that on Lijiang Tower, right? And I don't think we necessarily got to see the impact of that on control points because they are so short, right? But getting to see it here, you know, they were able to bank all those ultimates, and despite losing that fight, they came back in such force that there just wasn't anything that Loyola University could do, especially with their tank being out of mech. And again, I think that just highlights that we need to see a little bit more support coming in from the support line, right? Because if they can improve the survivability of this team, then they've got a much better shot at coming away with this matchup. Because right now, their backs are against the wall. They can't afford another loss here, LaFon.
No, it is going to all come down to this map number 3. It's, I mean, every map is a must win from here on out, right? As we
Yep.
head into our escort portion of the gameplay. I mean, we got to talk about identity as well here, stylistic identity for Loyola to a certain extent, because we saw a dive composition be selected. We didn't really see any dive happening,
Right.
for on Loyola's side. So I think if you're going to go for that aggressive setup, we're going to need to see a little bit more dynamic gameplay coming in, right? As we kind of touched on the top of the show, Overwatch 2 has gotten much more dynamic. It's gotten much more aggressive. And if you're going to play an aggressive composition, you need to actually go in. So hoping for a little bit more of that as we head into the escort portion of our gameplay here.
And I think to add on to that, Dorado is a great map for them to really start to show that, right? Because King's Row, dive works when you're able to stage a dive, right? You can't just jump in from wherever you are, right? You need to be in an advantageous position. You need to have the high ground so you can use your abilities to escape, right? Once you've done the damage that you need to do. And with King's Row, it's hard to get into those positions, or at least harder to get into those positions than a place like Dorado, where there's just abundant high ground everywhere. And if you're on the defense, a dive becomes much more possible here. And so maybe this will give them a little bit of an edge here, or at least play into what they're trying to do right now.
Well, all it takes is one good fight, kind of open up the map to kind of set the tempo here for Loyola. And they can be easily well on their way. I think once you get to a third map, especially early in the season, right? A team that's been winning so handily can often kind of stumble a little bit. Both
Overconfident.
Overconfidence, sure, but also a little bit of there's nothing to lose anymore, right? On the opposite side. I mean,
right.
Losing your routes, kind of just play as best you can from the team that's in the deficit. And I think as we kind of look towards escort, that also plays a little bit into the favor of Loyola stylist, like the map geometry does. You're kind of forced to move an objective through that you're always making progress. Whereas some of the fights we saw taken earlier were a little bit disjointed, a little bit off the the beaten path, if you will. Perhaps with an objective in the conversation, you can actually make a move towards the actual gameplay itself.
Right, that's a very good point. I mean, they don't have that static position that they need to unlock, right? Like we both, like we saw on Control Point, like we saw on Hybrid right there. So this definitely presents more of an opportunity for them. And this is an interesting switch up that we're seeing. Cheesy Dance is actually going over to the Echo right now, whereas B1H is on the Genji. So I'm curious to see if this is going to stay for Ashland.
Flighty types. Well, I'm up for a challenge.
So many great new voice lines in the game.
There really, really are. I've been enjoying a lot of them. Gates are open though, and it is time for Ashland to once again try and push through this map. B1H taking a little bit of damage though right off the bat. TC Dance getting poked out just a little bit, but they're able to find Ratrog right off the rip. So already Loyola University down in this fight. Going to be High Tree, who's picked off next as well. And once again, Ashland just off to a roaring start.
Yeah, no overconfidence here from Ashland University. They make it look actually kind of non-committal as they kind of go back in. So High Tree will switch over the Tracer, forced to recall immediately out of spawn.
Yeah.
B1H takes a ton of space here, and I mean, with how aggressively Ashland University are posturing, you have to think that this is going to be a recontest, but not one that's going to be very easy for Loyola to kind of walk into.
I gotta tell you, B1H is doing just a phenomenal job of taking space like you would typically see a tank do. But it doesn't have to be a tank. I mean, they're keeping the pressure on. Already, Ratrog out of the fight again. They swapped over to the Ana, but not having any luck with that either. And Ashland University going to be able to cap this point.
Dash resets for days, and now the blade is available. B1A, Ashland University didn't really take any damage, and Memes is only up to 65% of the mana boost.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I suppose that is a silver lining here for Loyola. You know, they're not going to have to worry about a nano, at least for a little bit here. But already Papa Smurf is back once again. Bit off a little bit more than they can chew, and that's just about as good as a fight win right there.
Yeah, no, there's without any tank. I mean, the pilot's arguably worse than having an actual tanks than the respawn timer is. Sure, there's that decreased cost of the remake in this patch, but you can see how. Okay, someone needs to move the cart here. Oh, okay. High tree was contesting. Okay, got it.
Yeah. I mean, putting a little bit of pressure there, but it's only going to slow things down so much. And with splitting the pressure like that, I think is maybe not the best course of action either for Loyola.
Yeah, they buy a little bit of time. Papa Smurf doesn't yet have mech, so actually University are likely going to want to take a fight like now.
Yeah, it is going to be Papa Smurf remeching though. But already Ashland is aware of this, and so they're starting to put in the damage. But huge pick coming out from Kale's Destiny. This could be the start of something here for Loyola University, as they're not going to have that extra damage coming in. But B1H is going to pop the blade. Not able to sleep them is Ratrock. They're going down very quickly, but they do get the Memes gets the nade on them as well. Kale's Destiny finds B1H, but the damage, I think, is already done here as Ashland University continues to just pick apart Loyola University.
Oh, that was actually so close to a fight turn for Loyola. They're gonna go for a D-Mech or like a self-destruct here, but it's really just to stem the bleeding more than anything else. The fight is looking all but over here. This was close to being a Loyola fight win, by the way. Ashland University, you could saw B1H turn around from the Ana thinking that they'd taken out Ratrock. Instead, they'd actually taken out the Immortality Field. So they hadn't actually gotten that final blow in, and were not able to get the dash reset to go after the Baptiste. So there was a small opportunity where perhaps they would have been able to get a kill on the Genji. Unfortunately, just couldn't turn it in time.
No, with the gates opening, though, Pew Pew is able to get a pick onto B1H. But again, we've seen Ashland be able to weather these storms. However, with Memes out of the fight, I'm not sure they're going to be able to do that this time. This could be a quick regroup for Ashland.
Yeah, losing 2 players out of 5 is a pretty big number to kind of work with, so full reset comes in. Loyola University, I mean, they have Bob, you have the Ant Matrix as well. You kind of expect this to be the fight that Loyola truly wins. So far, they've kind of had just, you know, flight slowdowns more than anything else. They need a big win here.
Yeah, but that does say to me they're starting to figure things out a little bit, right? The question is, are they going to be able to do it in time? Are they going to be able to make the necessary adjustments? With Hazuki taking out Pew Pew, that's going to be a little bit tougher. Huge anti-nade comes in, and Cheesy Dance to the rest of the DPS just taking full advantage of that. Kale's Destiny down to just a sliver of life. They are gone. Papa Smurf going to be D-Max here once again, and another nade just finishes off the job there.
Back-to-back nanos as the duplicate comes in on the Ana and Nano Revelia just to keep them alive and have that survivability. And the Mercy does not go down. So Cart continues its roll through. Self-destruct is available. Bastion Ascent into the spawn. That's a really well-placed bomb.
Oh, wow. Yeah, it's going to be able to take out one and the Immortality Field. TZN finishes off Pew Pew. And with that, Ashland University going to be able to cap this point as soon as they take care of these stragglers.
Team kill, gong sounds, and that's it. You can even walk into spawn, say hello, as you get that full cap through from, in Overwatch 2 you can now. I mean, just another dominant attacking half from Ashland University, and to put it in context, Dorado, you're often ecstatic if you finish with like a minute 30 plus, right? That's near on 3 minutes in the time bank for Ashland University. Uphill does not even begin to describe what Loyola is kind of facing at this point in time on their attacking run.
Yeah, it really is. And I feel like as well, the dive was going to be easier to execute as well on defense for Loyola because they have an opportunity to take these high grounds before Ashland gets to them, right? So they can stage wherever they like. For the most part, or rather they can find a place to stage regardless of where the card is in the map. But now they're going to have to generate these opportunities. They're going to have to find a way to contest this high ground now that Ashland's going to have control of initially. But we are seeing an interesting pick coming out here. It's going to be the Battle Cattle. We're seeing a Risa for the first time here.
I mean, listen, once you get into a brawl on the objective, though, that Orisa just does not die.
No.
Well and truly immortal it feels at times.
It's true. It's true. And memes. I have to. Oh, never mind. I was gonna say this. This crosshair was larger than I remembered initially. I'm not sure if that changed or not, but it just caught my eye right there.
Yeah, I believe it's the default. It's a default crosshair, I believe.
Yeah, I think you're right.
It's been so long since I've used the default crosshairs, I've forgotten what they look like.
Right? Yeah, I know, the same. A lot of damage coming in from Ashland University from the high ground, but not having too much of an effect just yet. They're able to get a little bit of poke in. Papa Smurf, though, able to stay alive, which is a big deal here. That's going to be High Tree jumping in to see if they can do a little bit of damage here, but is forced out pretty quickly. Gales to Destiny does find a pick, but it will be rezzed in short order. Card has made a little bit of progress, though, so I like what I'm seeing so far from Loyola, but B1H finding Pew Pew, that's going to make things a little rough. There is a trade, however. Dynamite goes into point. That's going to pause things a little bit for Loyola University. Papa Smurf pushing forward regardless, though. Seeing if they can get a little bit of damage, make Basuki fall back on that Arisa, but they don't seem to want to at all, and B1H finishes things off with another nice Dynamite.
And there's what I was talking about supports kind of being more dynamic. Memes was able to duel a High Tree in the back line, and that damage throughput, such a big difference maker for the supports, right? A reminder, you actually get less ult charge from healing tanks now with the passive that tanks have. So dealing damage sometimes can be a better opportunity to try and generate your resources. Ashland University, I mean, again, they have high ground control, the cards in the choke, they have Bob. You gotta think that this next fight is gonna be, try to fight on the objective, and Loyola, due to the fact that there's just so much sustain available to Ashland, are going to be forced to retreat at the outset.
Yeah, and retreat really is their only option because Pew Pew does not have Transcendence online. You know, they would be able to potentially sustain through that, but without that Transcendence, they're just not going to be able to. And Bob does just enough damage to keep them at bay right now. Pew Pew, in fact, or Papa Smurf has to drop back again.
Zoning Bob in the most literal term, right? You just can't kind of walk away and try to take an engagement. Self-destruct on the top.
This could be big, but I think it landed just a little bit high, and Cheesy Dance able to pick off Papa Smurf before they get that remax. So excellent heads-up play right there from them. And again, without your tank, that's just about as good as a fight win.
Yeah. Great turnaround from Memes as well. Yeah, you get the save onto Cassidy. Big play there. Cheesy Dance not going down to last minute and a half. And Loyola continues to lose players. B1H picks up a nice two-piece.
And this is going to be Kale's Destiny trying to make something happen here. Maybe just building a little bit of ult charge. They do take out Cheesy Dance, so with the long spawns here, that is going to make things a little tough. B1H goes down as well. There is one res, however, so if Loyola University can regroup quick enough, they're going to have a slight advantage coming into this fight. Yeah,
but B1H was able to get the elimination onto the pilot from the graves. The Dynamite detonates post-mortem. So Loyola are forced to reset as a full 5, and that means B1H will be able to walk back. Keep in mind, a Deadeye from the high ground here is going to be a pretty hefty threat. And Papa Smurf will have to turn around to deal with that. And B1H already back into the engagement.
That they are. 75% to another Bob as well, which, I mean, if you needed more sustain, which at this point you've got so much already for Ashland University, well, there it is. Papa Smurf going to be pushed back just a little bit. Basuki forced to use that spinning javelin to try and eat some of that incoming damage. Pew Pew forced the trance as well, trying to save Gale's Destiny, but just not able to at the last moment. Cheesy Dance uses the Deadeye to T-Mech Papa Smurf, and once again, this could be the beginning of the end here for Loyola University. Ashland will take this series in a quick 3-game sweep, but Ratrog might not make it easy for them. They do have the Coalescence. Maybe this is a moment they can turn it around, but nobody touches the point. And that will be Ashland on top for our first game this season here at Nate.
That is a really dominant performance by Ashland University as they get that 3-0 shutout. And a true shutout it was, as they did not give a single objective over to their opposition at any point in time. So a well-earned 3-0 here from Ashland University, a statement game in the Eastern side of things here in the Eastern Conference in the NA Star League. And Joe God, I mean, performances have been tremendous across the board as, looking at B1H, obviously probably the most highlight-worthy player, but in return, the Vasky on the tank, Memes, of course, on a lot of the times. I think the entire roster played very well here as they close out that 3-0.
They did. It was textbook Overwatch 2, as far as I'm concerned. They did a phenomenal job, and you know, one thing as well is I don't think they were really pushed. You know, so we didn't necessarily get to see the depth that Ashland may have, you know, in their playbook, in their roster, and so that's something to look forward to as well as the season goes. You know, who's going to be able to give them a run for their money? Who's going to be able to push them to the point where we have to see them adapt?
And I mean, we did see some level of flexibility as well, right? It's not like they were a one-trick team. We saw the Orisa on Dorado, obviously. A little bit of Diva on, well, again, on Dorado, as Zarya kind of struggles a little bit with the high ground, especially on that second objective. But I think in terms of style, they weren't really forced to make many adaptations. They kind of just saw the tempo of the game, kind of played their style, and went from there. So as you said, while congratulations are certainly in order for such a dominant performance, now we have to see how well can they kind of continue that as they move forward. But it's early days yet. In fact, our first game of Overwatch 2 here at the Maze Star League. More action yet to come for sure. And we'll, Jungle, I want to kind of pick your brain on this a little bit. We talked about you know, Overwatch 2 being a new game. We saw, you know, a lot of new styles. In one kind of statement. Actually, we're gonna get into the interview right away here. Congratulations on the victory here, Memes, the support player for Ashland University. A well-earned victory, in fact, a full shutout 3-0. How are you kind of feeling after that game?
Feeling great. Couldn't ask for more.
Excellent. Well, go ahead, Lafon, take
I
it
mean,
away.
fantastic. I just want to get your first thoughts. Obviously, we're in a new game, right? In Overwatch 2, a reduction of one player in the 5v5. How are you kind of finding the game here in early days?
I'm loving it. I think our team is so much better on this compared to Overwatch 1. I think we're really excelling in this game.
That is interesting. So what to you then do you think is the difference that's between 6v6 and 5v5 that has allowed you all to excel so much in Overwatch 2?
I think, first of all, the meta really helps us out, being able to play a lot of Lucio Moira, a lot of Zarya. Those are a lot of our mains, so we're doing really good on that part. But also, we're missing out on one less player, so it only being 5 players allowed us to play our 5 best players.
Right, so a step into kind of the strength of the roster. Before we get into kind of a couple more questions, one final thought on the technical side of the game itself. Is there any particular composition you guys trend towards most of the time? Are you guys more of a rush team, brawl team, or do you find yourself more flexibility amongst, you know, whatever is available to you?
We've been trying a lot of different things. The thing we find best for us right now is the Lucio Zarya comp. So Lucio Zarya, Genji Sombra, or Genji Sojourn with either a Moira or Ana. And we've been trying out the BAP a little bit, but we figured Lucio, Moira, or Ana has been helping us. We're doing the best with it.
Excellent. And last question from me. I just want to know, you know, you all had such a dominant performance. You know, is there anybody who's helped make this happen that you would like to give a shout out to tonight?
Oh, very much so. My boy Seth Ho2K. He's over there in the back. The biggest inspiration we have on the team. He's done so much for us, and just words of encouragement.
Now, is that your coach, manager, or just a big fan who comes in and... Oh, that's awesome. Love to hear that support coming out from all different directions. That's fantastic, Memes.
Amazing stuff. I mean, listen, I gotta get some spicy takes on here. Anyone you kind of looking forward to kind of, especially after a 3-0 performance, looking to playing against?
I'm always looking to play against the top teams. I think Boise, we have a great chance against them this year. So Boise has to be my top team that I want to go against. Even like maybe Northwood also, but they're also another team that's really, really good. So I would say Boise's reaching for the stars, but I believe we can do it.
Yeah, playing against the best, trying to beat the best. That's what you gotta go for, indeed. Congratulations once again, Memes, on your victory here. A 3-0 shutout in dominating fashion here as Ashland University walk away with the victory in week number 1 here in Overwatch 2 at the Maze Star League. Thanks for your time, Memes, and we'll see you hopefully in game in the future.
Thank you very much.
Well, what a way to start things out here, Lafon. I mean, we saw just an absolute beast coming out of the gates with Ashland University. And we got another great game coming up for us next. Colorado School of Mines and Stonechild College. So I'm excited to see what both of these teams are going to bring to us. If we're going to see more of the same or maybe something new.
Yeah, I mean, it's exciting days here at Overwatch 2. Fresh new game, fresh new gameplay, fresh new faces here at the NA Star League. More action continues right after this.
rendezvous. I really thought that was going to be the stock, but instead, here comes that Fade ultimate once again. DiDiRocco goes in quick, and Murr, a huge speed boost. Oh, angle check, able to find one. Oh, maybe another. Wow! What a shot from Murr to seal the deal here on round 9.
And everybody, this is now last stock. Game number 3. Can Silver Fox clean it up? That would be it. No.
Doesn't convert the...
Oh no. Oh no.
This is it!
Everybody's going to be scattered. So many angles to check. If your fan chop up Bonk is on 3. He's trying to hold on strong to the team through the wall. Takes down base. 4 in a row for your main AR. Make it 5 in a row for Bonk. 6 HP. Barely staying alive now. Bounce to the nade. Locks down the kill for Edison. 2v4 the retake. So far, so good. Up on top of Danger is going to be Taco. He is the Danger!
Cincinnati doing anything possible to try to get right back, and they do. Push over 1, going for the redirect. Straight down. Is that just in? Oh, he gets the double take down first. I have no idea how he finds this. Over Western Kentucky will find it. Shot down tight. Angle off. Dangling along the goal line. Can't get it done.
Production, clip it. Production, clip this whole thing.
All the way down, and Morales will add a 3rd on the board.
Welcome back, everyone, to the show. What a wonderful slate of schedule we've got going on Tuesdays. Overwatch 2, League of Legends, fantastic stuff. Call of Duty Valorant on Wednesday, and then the action doesn't stop. Super Smash Bros. Ultimate on Thursday, followed by CSGO on Friday. So esports all through the week here at the NACE Star League Collegiate Action. Juggle God, welcome back to the mic alongside myself, LaFon, here for game number 2. Just a jam-packed week here at the NACE Star League.
It is, and it's fantastic. I think to be the pair that gets to start it off here with some Overwatch 2. Fresh game, fresh faces. Love to see it, and those plays of the week were fantastic as well. I particularly enjoyed that number 1. I remember we saw it earlier, in rehearsal, and I just thought it was like, oh my word, that was just a fantastic play. So, regardless of what you like to watch, if you love just esports in general, we've got plenty for you here at NACE Star League.
Yeah, lots of action going through. We just finished our first game of the night. In fact, is game number 1, finished with a 3-0 Ashland victory over Loyola. But as we said, the hits don't stop. We start up with match number 2 coming through here in our second game of the Overwatch head-to-head. As we get a look at week 6 action here between SCC and CS7. A team that happens to be a little bit close to you here.
Yeah, Colorado School of Mines. I feel fortunate. I live out here in Colorado, and a lot of esports happening here. CU Boulder, Colorado School of Mines, CU, just some great esports happening, and can't wait to see what the School of Mines is going to bring out here today to the field as we get to the Varsity Premier West Central Conference.
Yeah, moving all the way across country to the other side of the continent.
Yes.
Of North America here. God, it's funny to think about how big North America is when you can describe it as such. But we are, in fact, as we get into the West Central side of things for our Overwatch 2 action again. I mean, we kind of touched this in game number 1, but really, I think, our big kind of notes to highlight is that we're in a new game. It's a new era of Overwatch. A lot more dynamic gameplay kind of gets to the forefront here for all of our teams. So, continuing between CSM and SCC, looking forward to seeing what they're able to bring in terms of performance here for our game number 2.
And I'm excited to see if we see some different compositions. While the meta is still very, very in flux, right? It's very fluid at the moment. I think it's entirely possible that we're going to see matches like we just saw, right? Where maybe one team has a little bit better of an idea of, what the meta is, what's going to be strong moving into Overwatch 2 than the other. I think the games are going to be all across the board here, at least in the early weeks for NACE Star League. We're going to see close ones. We're going to see blowouts. We're going to see everything in between. And so, it's just, it's a crap shot as to what we're going to see in this next game as well. Because I think, even listening to Ashley talk about how they feel so much stronger in 5v5, versus 6v6. Is that going to be the same thing here for some of these teams? right, is a team that maybe didn't shine so much last season going to be on the top just because of the format change, right? Because it is so different.
Yeah. As you can see, Jungle God and I, once again, are at odds with each other. Have at you, my friend. I throw down the gauntlets. Well, actually, the teams do, and we're sort of bystanders choosing which one we think is going to win. That's how predictions work. I made that seem a lot more deadly than it actually is.
It sounded very gladiatorial, you know. I feel like it's you and I high up on these pedestals, watching them do battle below for our entertainment. I mean, that is exactly what it is.
And they have a chance of fighting for a prize of $2,500.
Yes,
so there's a little bit more than just our entertainment at stake. Getting into the action though here in a moment. Style it away in this one. I think we kind of touched on the fact that Overwatch 2 is so much in flux. There's a lot of opportunities for different styles and kind of come into play. We already saw a little bit of that in game number 1. We saw a lot of brawl with the Zarya kind of being sort of that mainstay, but there was some D.Va, there was some Orisa as well at times. A little bit of Winston, but that was a little bit more awkward in that front. All right. When we return, though, there will be the action underway when we come back. So don't go anywhere. We'll return with more Overwatch 2 action in just a moment. Welcome back to the show. Sorry for the extended break. Things are changing here in Overwatch land, and sometimes you gotta roll the punches. Speaking of rolling, though, I'm gonna take a look at the rosters once more. Hey, look at that. I say things and they happen.
It's amazing. I love it. I wish I had that kind of power, Lafon, and I bow to your greatness. It was a little bit of a roster change, though. That was part of why we were on break there a little bit. So some of these names may be a little different than we saw before.
Chalkboard. Oh my god, these names. Chalkboard. Yeah. I guess it works. These are collegiate teams after all.
Yeah.
Dragonblade. I better see some Genji being played.
I know, right? With a name like that, you hope it's or they could be just baiting us. Maybe this is Zenyatta main. You know, who knows? But actually, there are a lot of good names in here. King Wizard, Only One Nova.
Monster JV23. It is no longer early 2000s. The XXs are played out.
I know. I remember.
I'm older than that trend. You know, I can tell you it's done. If I can tell you it's done. Anyway, we get to the game in just a moment.
Yeah, absolutely. Can't wait. Blank slate here again, right? No expectations really either way for these teams. So I'm just as excited, I think, as you are to see what they're gonna bring here today, because it really could be anything. Like you said, the game is so wide open now. There's so many different options, so many different ways you can play it, and again, with no set meta, everything's up in the air. Anything is possible at this point.
I'll temper that a little bit. Anything is not possible. Both these teams cannot win. That is not a possibility. One must be the victor. But in terms of in-game compositions, yeah, we can get a lot of different choices.
Yeah, I suppose you're right.
I don't know what's coming over me today. I'm feeling a little, contrarian.
You're a little spicy in the booth today, but I'm enjoying it. I haven't seen this side of Lafon yet. We've casted together several times, but this is great. I'm enjoying this. I'm enjoying this the spicy Lafon tonight. So thank you.
When we get into the game itself. I'm curious to see if we're going to see more mobility, or if we're going to go back to that rush. I personally think the Zarya is one of the strongest characters that are in the game right now. Playing around kind of her stability is pretty key. She also kind of disrupts a dive slightly, so it make it a little bit more hard to kind of run a dive. Not impossible, of course, we've seen it work, but certainly much more difficult than perhaps prior patches. So as we get set to see what our first map is,
it's going to be
Control. Busan.
Busan, yeah, a little bit different. So this map, dive is key on several of these points, but not necessarily once again mecha based, which we get a look at right there for a moment.
Well, we'll see where we get into for our first stage. Obviously, expecting, I think, rush on this map is pretty. It would not be surprising. Not to be a bit of a broken record, but again, Zarya is so strong right now. Orisa also can kind of find value. The one stage where maybe that doesn't get played nearly as much is downtown, which is where we find ourselves first. And at least early on, one team running the Diva. Korean esports professional. Well, coming back home.
Yeah, this is interesting. We're seeing Rhine hovered over as well, which is something we haven't seen yet really today. So I'm excited to see how this is going to go. It's not necessarily the choice I would make here for a tank, but I'm excited to see what they're going to bring and how they're going to make it work.
Well, I will say this: Lace Up Star not gonna have a very fun time if they are too far back. You can see the Genji already. Obviously, big energy. Great name. Scouting early. Well, really far forward, and Be Cool just gonna dash reset through.
Oh my gosh.
Colorado School of Mines, yeah.
Stone Cold College. I gotta tell you, Colorado School of Mines looking like stone cold killers at the moment. Sleepy Kalua gives a last-ditch dive effort in there on the Reinhardt, but not gonna come to anything. And this is a brutal stagger if they're able to get this Moira.
Yeah, we're gonna see. This is gonna be a first point capture, and with Chalkboard holding the high ground here. Stone Child College gonna make a couple of changes over. They're gonna go over to the Winston. But Chalkboard once again comes in with an elimination, and they're just going to keep hunting down these stragglers. And Colorado School of Mines continues just to build progress in the objective.
Yeah, they are, and right now, Stonechild College just looking a little bit scattered at the moment, right? Colorado School of Mines, they were able to pick off each of these players individually, and without too much problem, because there wasn't a lot of cohesion there, at least initially.
Looking for that first Dragon Blade to come online here from Colorado School of Mines, but again, just an early pickoff, and yeah, I mean the fight's over.
Yeah, without your big close-up damage dealer in Reaper Gone, it's just gonna make things tough. We're seeing Sleepy swap over to the Junker Queen, but in the meantime, Beagle is just going to count on everybody else who has decided to try and approach the point for Stonechild.
I mean, they're gonna find Bear Paws as well. That's a really delayed pick. We're now into final fight or close to it. You know, sort of that 70% mark. And this, I mean, yeah. It's tough. It's tough. Lace Up Star just caught out, isolated. Not gonna be able to really get into contest.
Yeah. We're seeing a little bit of one coming from Junker Queen, but she is dealt with swiftly and easily by Beagle and Big Fed Energy as well. It's going to be another stagger kill, and at 85%, once again, Colorado School of Mines, we are at last fight territory.
I mean, yeah, I mean, you're looking at Blade, you're looking at basically everything you kind of need if you're Colorado School of Mines. So they don't even allow a contest to come through. I don't think anyone contested the objective.
No, I don't think they can. That is going to be a very decisive win coming out for Colorado School of Mines. First sub map at least.
Yeah, I mean, certainly. Colorado School of Mines showcasing their ability to isolate individual targets, making sure to win those sort of individual 1v1s. Don't even have to use any ultimates in that first half of the round. So, I mean, gonna need a little bit more, I think, coalescing if you are Stonechild College. Just kind of playing together a little bit to try and prevent, perhaps Lace Up Star from being, individually isolated and taken down. These might be things that Stonechild College want to, perhaps approach, try and deal with Colorado School of Mines is just all-out aggression.
Yeah, and maybe Bear Paws can do a little bit of that as well. Going onto that Tracer, if they, instead of diving forward and trying to put pressure on the back line of School of Mines, instead if they hang back and just try to be a bodyguard for Lace Up Star, that could work. But Lace Up Star caught out unawares once again. Colorado School of Mines pushing well past the point to pick off the members of Stonechild College.
Just a clean team fight win here from Colorado School of Mines as they continue their assessment of the objective. And I mean, yeah, just a very dominant for first fight. It's going to really start snowballing in their favor here.
Yeah, it certainly is. Lace Up Star gets hacked, and they're taken out of the equation very, very quickly. Once again, School of Mines just able to pick everybody off.
All right, just another chalkboard continues the threat in the backline. They almost get the point flipped over to Stonechild College, but the return is in time. So they'll be able to prevent that contest from coming through. So, yeah, just a very strong fight. I mean, you're looking at EMP going to be available to get the... Oh, they just barely get away from the hack. There's only one Nova, but getting to the objective is going to be tough. And yeah, taken down here. So another elimination comes in, and Colorado School of Mines continues to just, prevent full fights from really even happening.
Yeah, exactly. So Stonechild College just hasn't been able to gain any momentum. They haven't been able to, significantly put any pressure on any of the members of Colorado School of Mines. I mean, the entire team is just ready and waiting for the calls to come in, and as soon as they do, School of Mines is just descending on them like a pack of wolves.
Yeah. We're seeing another change come in, looking for that Sojourn, perhaps trying to get a farm up the railgun, get a well-timed headshot, but it's unfortunate because Colorado School of Mines are doing a great job of isolating 1v1s. And, they're making sure... calling it a 1v1 is perhaps unfair because really it is 5 players trying to just, take one player out. And that's really difficult to deal with if you're Stonechild College.
It really, really is. And that's where the strength in numbers comes into play as well, right? That's where, you want to see Stonechild College... use each other, rely on each other's abilities, and just game knowledge and talents in order to put some pressure on. But Right now, they're just going at this solo.
Nice self-destruct. Overtime is brought into effect, but yeah, with one player down, another one to follow. That's going to be map number 1 in very swift succession as Colorado School might take a 1-0 series lead here.
Yeah, and that was, again, just absolutely dominant. I don't think there was any, pressure, really, that was built up, like I said before, by Stone Child College. So in the absence of that, there wasn't a whole lot they could do, and it was a quick run for Colorado School of Mines.
Yeah, and credit to Colorado School of Mines for not letting it off the gas, making sure they continuously confirm those eliminations, and I mean just a dominant performance here from Colorado as they take that 1-0 series lead in our best of 5, as we must say. So 2 more are required to close the series out, but we're already seeing at least a stylistic opportunity set up from Colorado School of Mines. They seem to want to really play this dive. Really enjoying the Sombra, really enjoying the Genji, 2 characters that are really, really strong right now. And I mean, in certain cases, one must be said that they've found a lot of success here in map number 1.
Yeah, they certainly have. And given what I've seen so far, despite the fact that we're moving on to a new map type, right? We're gonna be moving into a hybrid next, I believe. Unless I think we see, like you said, a little more cohesion, a little more team play coming out from Stone Child College. I think we're in store for more of the same here because, again, Colorado School of Mines just didn't look challenged at any point. They had everything taken care of, regardless of where anybody appeared on the map. They were there in the blink of an eye, and that's what you want to see from a dive top.
Yeah, perhaps if anything, I think if I'm going to isolate one player on Colorado School of Mines to be, to kind of perhaps single out, it was Chalkboard, who played a little bit more aggressively and individualistically than you would normally expect a Lucio to kind of get away with. But
right,
I mean, as we said, not really challenged, so perhaps trying to find value where the Lucio can. I mean, if you're thinking about perhaps nitpicks that Colorado School of Mines can kind of be or can really be put at their feet, that is perhaps one. But as I said, such a minute thing that it's tough to really take them to task. Overall, as we get into map number 2 in just a moment, I mean, you're looking at perhaps trying to find cleaner combinations, just cleaner engagements from Colorado School of Mines, trying to prevent even perhaps objective contests from coming through, something of that effect. And I think really dialing in their play is going to be key here for Colorado School of Mines.
Yeah, in addition, one thing I talked about in our last matchup was overconfidence, right? You don't want to get overconfident here because this is such a dynamic game. It's such a fast-paced game. Things can change on a dime. Right, so just making sure that they keep their game faces on, they keep their heads on their shoulders, they don't get too carried away. They should, I think, be fine for the rest of this series. But again, you can't get overconfident. You can't count your chickens before they hatch.
Yeah, as we said, we gotta still see what map number 2 looks like before we can make any sweeping conclusions. Control can be very one-sided at times, and will that continue? Remains to be seen. As we highlighted, though, I think getting a chance to see if there's the other thing to kind of know is that Colorado School of Mines didn't really have to use any ultimates. Will they be able to, when tested, actually be able to execute as a team? That's something interesting. Perhaps I'm interested in finding out as we get set to go into map number 2 in a moment.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. They weren't necessarily needed. They held on to them. And again, maybe this was a good thing as well. They were conscious of the fact that we don't need them right now. We don't need to use them, right? You don't want to just throw them to the wind because you don't want to be caught without one for the next fight, right? We saw a little bit of overcommits coming in our first matchup, right? And I certainly don't want to see that take place here for Colorado School of Mines, especially, coming off such a rip-roaring start.
Yeah, Stone Child College, I will say they definitely showcase different character selections, making multiple appearances with a Sojourn, having some Reaper, some Tracer. So they're clearly trying to make a lot of different ideas come through. We'll see if they can find a little bit more value. I take it back. I love these teams. Oh my god, a new map. A new map. I am so easily swayed in my analysis. Just give me a new map on hybrid, and I'll love you forever. Paraiso comes in, and all flaws are forgiven.
Absolutely, I love this map. Not only do I think it's actually an excellently, exquisitely designed map, but just the aesthetic of it as well. It's bright, it's colorful, it's fun, it's dynamic, and I can't wait to see what's in store for us here on Paraiso.
I mean, the first objective is kind of interesting amongst hybrid maps, right? It has that pretty heavy choke. Think Eichenwald first, right, in terms of kind of how you approach it sometimes. Second, there's a lot of defensive high ground, which can really, set the defenders up for success. But there's a lot of ways to kind of rotate if you're the offense. So you tend to see a lot of explosive engagements where ultimates are kind of brought to play. And then on third, you get into Lucio's home territory, quite literally his home base. The defense kind of falls back to the low ground while there's kind of bridges to work around. So a very dynamic map. I think that's kind of been the theme for Overwatch 2 for me, has been dynamicism, getting opportunities to more flexibility, more high ground, more rotations, more mobility. All of these, I think, has really been kind of what's made this game such a breath of fresh air, especially for me, both as a player and kind of as a caster as well.
I agree wholeheartedly, because one of the things I think that they have done really well is they've made these new maps approachable from multiple different kinds of compositions, right? And now that, Junker Queen got balanced and nerfed and everything, we're really seeing that come to fruition, right? You can go rush here, you can go dive. You can even go poke on this map. There's just so many options, and the geometry of the map, the layout of the map, really I think opens up to really however you want to try and take.
I think also defensive, like offense versus defense, you can have different compositions, right? You don't have to have the same look. In fact, a lot of the times you're better served not having the same look, not having that mirror setup. So Colorado School of Mines not going to change up too much. They've chosen to stick with what they opened with. Stonechild College going to bring the soldier out for the first time.
They are. We're going to see Sleepy Kalua putting a little bit of pressure on the high ground, trying to push them out, see if they can make a little space for the team, but they lose their mech in the process. And in the meantime, Colorado School of Mines already able to take care of everybody who made it to point from Stonechild College.
Yeah, they did make it to the objective, but weren't able to really put much presence on it, right? So definitely a very unfortunate fight. There's Chalkboard yet again playing for themselves. Gets antied. Has to play a little bit carefully. Does get out, but playing with fire a little bit here is the Lucio.
Yeah, again, it's that overconfidence, right? You don't want to, with a sleep like that too, things could be a little rough for him, but big energy is there to help them get out of dodge. But in fact, Chalkboard says, you know what, I'm going to stick around. There's more I need to take care of here. I've got business at Stonechild College's spawn.
And get the DMech and takes Sleepy Kalua out as well. So don't get the stagger in, but that's good. They're able to get the reset in for the Diva, and Stonechild College are going to have to come back in just a moment. No adaptations yet from Stonechild College, but I mean, Colorado School of Mines, trending towards that EMP. Their Blade's nearly online, and Chalkboard continues to just be a menace here in the spawn room of the opposition.
One thing that you mentioned earlier that I'd like to bring back as well is the fact that you said you're not charging your ults as quick with healing, and right now Chalkboard I think is an excellent example of that, right? Already just about up to that sand barrier, but it's been done largely through doing damage.
I mean, yet again, this next fight is going to be really tough for Stonechild, right? They don't. The Blade is available. I mean, the EMP. It's going to be really tough to even try and get a spawn here. Sleep Dart actually does get, I believe, a sleep, but they do wake up, so it's kind of brought away.
Yeah, that's going to be the sound barrier committed to it. Once again, just showing the comfortability and the confidence right now that Colorado School of Mines has. It wasn't an overcommit, which I think is a big deal as well. They didn't just throw everything to the window right there. They've got more for these next fights.
Still being forced to commit something is, I think, something that hasn't happened yet to this in this match. So it's good to see Stonechild College at least force more resources out of their opposition,
right?
And try and play for getting an ultimate of their own. They've nearly got a pulse bomb, right? Perhaps get a nano boost online here as well.
Well, that's going to be a nice pick there on Lace Upstart. Sleepy Kalua getting DMEC once again. They're, like you said, they're sneaking up on these ultimates right now, and these ultimates can be they can have such a dramatic impact. They can swing a fight in just the blink of an eye. So that self-destruct, the pulse bomb, if they can get those online and have value with them, we could see a first point cap here. But it's gonna have to happen now because we're already down to 40 seconds.
They do have a self-destruct. I'd like to see them send that in and use that to kind of open things up.
Oh, it looks like they're going to go in, but they get demeched almost immediately. That's going to be another fight win for Colorado School of Mines. Now with 30 seconds left, we are definitely into last fight territory here.
Yeah, trying to just find any opportunity to kind of find value here. And, I mean, it's just another hack comes in. Can't even use the Wraith form. And, yeah, with 10 seconds left, I don't see anyone touching the objective. And Colorado School of Mines is going to hold on first.
Yeah, they've got just an absolute lockdown on this point right here. No cracks in the armor, really, for Colorado School of Mines that were revealed in this map, by Stonechild College. We saw them build up the ults, but they weren't able to commit them. They weren't able to find the opportunity to really get any value out of them. And so Colorado School of Mines was just able to continue to dominate.
Yeah, and now, I mean, they'll need Colorado School of Mines only need 1/3 of the objective here on Paraíso to take the victory here in our second map.
And, I'm curious to see if they're going to show us a different look this time around. I mean, they've been favoring the Genji. They've been favoring the Sombra as well. Are they just going to... Yeah, it looks like it's going to be just more of the same for them on the offense as well. And, I don't really see any reason to change it. It's such a strong composition right now. And, like you said before, one good hack, that could be all it takes to swing a fight.
Yep. Of course, just a reminder to everyone at home, Naystar League runs on Dunkin. Click on the Twitch panel to find a Dunkin near you. So keep that in mind as we move forward. And big thank you to all our sponsors for the show.
Absolutely. U.S. Army, the ROTC as well. Appreciate you, and love to see so many organizations just supporting esports and these collegiate players, because it is just such a wonderful opportunity. I mean, I'm an older guy. I wish there had been something like this around when I was in school, but hey, I'm happy to be here to support everybody who gets these wonderful opportunities as we see Colorado School of Mines just flying out the gates right here. They immediately encounter Lace-Up Star on Soldier. That is a quick takedown of them. The point is just about capped completely, and that is a speed run of Paraíso for the School of Mines.
Yeah, basically as fast as it gets on this map. Yeah, it's going to be closeout number 2 for map number 2. Match point awaits here in a moment as we get set for map number 3, which will be the escort portion of the broadcast. And I mean, certainly a dominant performance from Colorado School of Mines here as they take that 2-0 series lead.
Exactly. And, again, one thing I do think we have to commend Stonechild College for is they're experimenting, right? They're trying out new compositions. They're trying out new heroes. They're seeing if they can gain any kind of an advantage that way. And that's what you want to see, right? You want to see that kind of adaptability. Unfortunately for them, it hasn't led to any success just yet. But it's a good thing to see nonetheless.
Yeah, and I mean, listen, you get some reps in, right? You get some practice.
Mm-hmm.
As at this level of gameplay, because it must be said, the pressure of stepping into a competitive match, and I mean, there's a difference between competitive in where you're matching up against another team of 5v5 versus just a ranked mode, right? Ranked is called ranked. I don't consider that to be competitive. Competitive can be a lot more stressful, a lot more in your face, and I think it's an introduction that, handled with grace, can really allow you to take a step as a player. And so I hope Stonechild College, after the difficulties of maps 1 and 2, can really learn from them to kind of take a step forward here.
Yeah, as do I. And they a couple of players, they were able to put a little pressure onto point and everything. I mean, I liked that initial dive that came out from D.Va on their very, very first push, right? They saw the opportunity there. They saw the fact that the high ground was just under control by 3 players right there. So they went in, they tried to do a little damage. They were able to distract the team long enough for several members to get onto point and start to put pressure there. But the peel was just too strong.
It really was. I mean, yeah, give credit, of course, to the sports chalkboard. Tried to make the squad camp all about them, but you have to give Dragonblade a little bit of props as well for being there on the Moira. Disappointing, by the way, to find out that a support player. Unreal. Actually, no. I take it back. I know why they're called Dragon Blade. As a support player, they're targeted first by Dragon Blades. So they took the name, try and be saved from them.
Yeah, they're trying to take some of the power away from it. Yeah. By adopting their name. I
have to clarify for reasons. There is no proof that is in fact how the name came across. It's just a fun little joke here between the casters. We got set for Circuit Royale for map number 3.
It's your headcanon. It's our headcanon for the match.
Headcanon player names. Oh my.
Well, Circuit Royale is our next destination, and this is great. Getting to see another one of these new maps, and this one I think is one of the more unique maps that has been brought with Overwatch 2, and unique. From
that's a nice way. That's a nice way of saying. That's a nice way of saying that you want Widow played. Junkertown is also a unique map. I'm on to you.
You're not right. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Yeah, Widow absolutely just a force to be reckoned with on this map. There's so many long sight lines, especially on that first point. There's just that nosebleed of a drop right at the end of first and the beginning of second as well. That put a Widow up there and makes it just a pain to get up there and try and deal with her.
Yeah, I mean, that being said, I don't necessarily expect to see many differences from compositionally anyway. There's no reason to switch off the Genji Sombra. It's been finding a ton of value. I mean, that being said, running the Baptiste, I like the Baptiste. There it is, Duncan.
Yep.
Mace Star League runs on Duncan. As a reminder, click the Twitch panel below and you get to find a Duncan near you.
So it looks like Colorado School of Mines is setting up in a pretty standard position here. This bridge right here, this overlook, is just a great place to get in a lot of poke damage before the fight can really engage. Sigma, very, very strong choice on this map. Again, the poke is just so strong.
Yeah, it also gives a staging ground for your snipers. Well, in this case, the Ashe, but it allows them to play more aggressively because they don't have to worry about being one tapped by an opposition sniper. Though in this case, obviously not much from Stone Child College in that regard. Stylistically, they're running the Reaper mostly. But it is certainly something to think about as kind of Colorado takes some space here on Circuit Royale.
Yeah, they smelled the blood in the water with that very first pick onto Bear Paws. And with that threat eliminated, they all felt a lot more confident to just drop in and push forward.
Oh, Bear Paws gets caught out of spawn. He's going to survive for the moment, though, so that's actually pretty good. They'll be able to stage as a team and kind of get some value.
Ooh, but Bear Paws, yeah, picked off once again early on Chalkboard. Zenyatta, that glass cannon, that support sniper that you just don't always expect coming into play there in a really big way. Nice job as well by Big Energy to use that disruptor shot to make that corner just unmenable for only one Nova to just try and stage at.
Yeah, and that's a minute 15 kind of off the clock as a result. Chalkboard gets a nice 5 orb out of spawn, and Bear Paw is going to have to reset here. Yeah, the Tracer. Especially off the Ashe to the Tracer. You can see using that shield aggressively is Colorado School of Mines. They want Chalkboard to kind of get out safely.
Sigma doing just an excellent job of keeping their teammates in mind. LaserStar and Bear Paw is trying to push forward a little bit of progress on the card, but they bit off a little bit more than they could chew this time, and Colorado School of Mines once again descends on them.
And another team kill comes in here from Colorado School of Mines. Oh, lined the default spray up. Just barely got it.
That was nice. That was nice. I like that. We've got one player looking like they want to flank, but Chalkboard was aware of those shenanigans that LaserStar was up to and puts a stop to them just about immediately. Stone Child trying to do a little bit more damage from afar, but unable to find anything. Nice hook coming in from only one Nova still alive. The Roadhog is just an absolute menace right now in Overwatch 2. It's a ridiculous amount of sustain that hero has.
Yeah, can really play the Brawler Bruiser and really take a lot of attention. But I mean, the unfortunate thing is with how much sustain the Colorado School of Mines has, if you're not getting a first elimination, you're probably not getting the elimination at all. So gonna need, you know, perhaps like a hook into an elimination.
Ooh, that's going to be a Gravitic Flux at spawn. Chalkboard pushing forward, finding a pair of kills right here. Dragonblade just hanging back and letting their main support just kind of get the job done. Ends up with 4 kills right there. You know, just a nasty, just a absolutely a brutal Zenyatta player we have here with CSM.
Yeah, doesn't quite get the ace, but I mean, gets 5 eliminations, 4 of them final blows. And now we're down to 40 seconds remaining here. And I mean, Colorado School of Mines looking to try and complete a full hold.
That they are, and these Discord orbs have just been brutal, right? Coming out of CSM, the Colorado School of Mines doing a beautiful job following up on them. Their target focus is tremendous. See the Wrecking Ball coming out now from Only One Nova, trying to get, see if maybe a little added mobility, a little extra tankiness will help out, but eliminated just about as quickly as they were before.
Yeah, there's that 3-second cooldown of the grapple hook coming out of spawn at the stage of the game, so I don't think anyone can even touch here.
No, that's going to be another flurry of destruction orbs coming out of Chalkboard. And with that, overtime has been triggered. Touch the spawn door challenge achieved for Chalkboard as well. So another great hold from CSM.
And I mean, yeah, it feels almost inevitable at this point, right? For Colorado School of Mines to kind of close this one out. Again, they are at match point. They don't have to move the car very far forward. A car it is, by the way. Circuit Royale being a Formula 1 course.
Yes, indeed. I have a friend who is very, very excited about the fact that this is you know, a Formula 1 map. I was unaware of that. I you know, not a follower of NASCAR or Formula 1, anything like that, but I do love the aesthetic a lot as well. And now we get to see what the School of Mines are going to bring out for us and try and finish this game off with. See, be cool on nope, the far moving over to the Echo right now. I don't believe we've seen this choice yet from them.
Yeah, we haven't really seen much aside from the Sigma look. We haven't really seen much at all change from their composition. So this is just the 3rd iteration. It's interesting how Escort has been kind of the map where our teams have made different choices.
How many times have you told me that?
Yeah, that is true. They have made several different adaptations, right? These maps were much more static, I feel like, much more set in their ways in Overwatch 1.
Get a little dance there from Only One Nova.
Gonna use that spinning javelin to try and mitigate some of that damage, but there's just too much coming in all at once. Donch doing a great job of opening things up, creating a lot of room, and with only a few meters left to go, I don't think there's going to be any opposition, especially considering Chalkboard has pushed so far forward. They can just boop anybody back who tries to touch point, and with that, it's going to be the Colorado School of Mines taking the win here today.
Yeah, 3-0 scoreline, and really handily done here from Colorado School of Mines as they get a victory in week number 1 here in Overwatch for the NACE Star League. So tremendous stuff from Colorado as they complete this 3-0.
Yeah, can't wait to you know, hear some of their thoughts on the match as well. As we're gonna have an interview coming up here relatively soon. But really glad that we got to see a couple of the new maps as well. Maybe didn't get to see as much of them as we would have liked, but great to see them nonetheless. And you know, there's so many players from Colorado School of Mines today showed up in such a huge way. I mean, Chalkboard was just absolutely on fire with that Zenyatta.
Well,
insane damage.
I think the Lucio too was certainly very aggressive from Chalkboard. We'll see how well Chalkboard is able to keep that up when they approach a team that can kind of perhaps put a little bit more pressure on the Lucio. But for today, it was certainly a very aggressive look and one that brought them success. So yeah, Colorado School of Mines, they'll take that first victory and move on. For Stone Chalk College, I mean, you know, as I said, it's tough to kind of jump into the deep end here of the competitive sort of scene, and I'm hoping they take some you know, sort of some pointers from it, kind of some learning moments early on, right? Just kind of the basic concepts of Overwatch 2 and kind of grow from here as a squad.
Absolutely, and you know, it's in Overwatch 2, there's so much more pressure now put on that tank role, right?
Yeah.
And so, you know, we said at the beginning of the broadcast, there's very, very little, much less room for error here in Overwatch 2. And so, you know, getting your feet underneath you, getting your head on your shoulders, understanding, you know, the dynamics at play here and just how to work around that tank, I think will lead them to a lot of success in the future.
Yeah. But, you know, I'm going to put you on the spot here. What's been your kind of, seeing as this is our first official post-release Overwatch 2 kind of competition, what's been kind of your favorite highlight of the game as we've kind of moved to this new era of competitive Overwatch?
Now, are you talking about in general, or are you talking about?
I think in terms of changes
like
for the game, the kind of like you're really looking forward to the long-term vision of Overwatch 2. What change do you think has been most interesting?
I think what's been most interesting is how much more dynamic the tank role I think has become, right? Just with the fact that it's going down to 5v5 now, and it's just going to change the landscape, I think, a lot for tank players in general, right? You know, we saw a lot of specialists before, but now I think it's going to be the generalists, the people who can flex, the people who can bring a lot of things to the playing field. That's really going to make this very, very exciting. You know, this game is all about swaps and counter picks, and it used to be mostly on the DPS, but now I think we're going to see a lot more dynamics, a lot more encouragement, especially with the ult charge.
For sure.
You know, keeping it as well from hero to hero. It's going to create a lot more. It's going to create just a very, very dynamic and exciting game. So that's what's got me most, that I'm looking forward to most with Overwatch 2.
Well, that's been tremendous stuff. But that being said, we did have a game just complete, so we move on to our interview here with the victors of the game. So congratulations on a 3-0 scoreline here. How's it kind of feeling after that victory?
I think we're all in agreement that we are very happy about the victory. It feels great.
Excellent. Now, Colorado local here myself, so excited to see you all take this victory today. Congratulations. And look at this facility you are in. Tell me a little bit about where you're playing from right now, because we do most of these interviews and it's, you know, it's a smaller room, but it looks like you got a whole stadium there to yourself right now, Don.
Yeah, so we are currently in partnership with a local LAN center called Localhost, and they have allowed us to come play all of our matches here for free.
That's
fantastic.
That's pretty impressive stuff. Listen, I want to dial in on the game, of course, because we've got a new game coming forward. It is Overwatch 2. What has been kind of the most standout moment moving from Overwatch 1 into Overwatch 2 for you?
The biggest differences have honestly just been in the tanks and only having the one. Considering Overwatch 1, like, all the compositions were based around 2 different tanks, and all the comps were based around what tanks were best at the time. So that's been the biggest difference going into Overwatch 2.
And how has that affected your team specifically? Like, have you had to make any special changes to kind of work around that?
If anything, it's actually helped us out quite a bit. Our team is generally really good individually, and we're better individually than we are at team play. So with Overwatch 2, there's a lot more focus on the individual play, so it's actually helped us out immensely.
That's a very, very interesting point. You know, we've heard similar things from one of the other schools, you know, that they just feel stronger in Overwatch 2. And, you know, I think that's great. I think that just shows that the whole game is moving in the right direction now. So, Dodge, what are you looking forward to most for the rest of this season? Is there anyone in particular looking to go up against? Is there, you know, heroes getting released? What's got you excited for the rest of the season?
We're really excited for Kiriko to be released into the competitive pool of heroes, because we've been scrimming a lot with her and we've gotten pretty good at her. And we're also looking forward to go against, I think it's Colorado College, because they're our main competitor, I think. So we're really looking forward to go against them.
Interesting little insight into the future of what the competitive meta might hold. Any shout outs for you before we let you go?
I don't know. Shout out to my team. They did great today. So
shout out to your team.
Localhost, really.
Well, there you go. There you go.
Awesome.
A shout out to your team. A shout out to the place that you play from. Congratulations again on your victory there. A 3-0 shout out for Colorado School of Mines as they take their first victory here in this season. That's going to be it for this game. Thank you so much again for your interview once more, and we'll hope to see you again in the future. And there it is. I mean, with that, Jungle God, we get to write a bit of a farewell to our first Overwatch 2 broadcast of the season. But, I mean, the action is not done yet. We have not quite finished with the show. Coming up next is going to be League of Legends as we step into the frontier of that game. And any final thoughts before we head out?
Just that I am very excited to be here at Naystar League, first season on with them. So, already enjoyed my time. Pleasure as always to cast with you, Lafon, and great way to start out the season. Really looking forward to seeing what all of these teams do and what they bring over the course of the year.
Well, there it is. So with that being said, we are going to be heading in to just a quick break. When we come back, League of Legends will be on the show. Don't go anywhere. More esports action right after this.
It's that time again. Welcome to the stage. Oh yeah. Where energy and creativity collide. Here we go. Let's level up. Make this something to remember. All right.
Hello and welcome everyone, or should I say welcome back. It feels like it's been ages, but worry not. Nace Star League has returned for League of Legends, and I could not be more excited. The summer sizzle has now settled. Welcome to Collegiate Fall for the cast and desk. My name is Eric Desirux Beltran, and joining me on the desk is the powerhouse of collegiate casting. I bend the knee to your greatness. It is Dean Rebel Fox Merrick. I see, stumbled on your name. How dare I do that? How you doing today, Dean?
Every time that something new starts for Collegiate League of Legends, you know that I've got to attach my name to it somehow. And there's not anybody I want to kick off Nace Star League here in the fall split with other than you, Mr. Eric Desirux Beltran. So, big fan as much as possible. Huge fan of what's popping up here, getting us into Nace to start off this fall split.
Yeah, we are getting ready with this season right now. And let's break down the season for you. We got 8 weeks of regular play. Top and bottom seeds will compete to become champions of their respective conferences, as well as getting that playoff seeding. If you don't make it through there, you do have a last chance qualifier that can shine a light on the road ahead. 16 teams will compete in that final playoffs, where collegiate squads from all over the continent will battle for a spot in the grand prize to get the lion's share of that collegiate scholarship prizing here at NACE. Now, taking a look at the schedule to break that down right now, as you see, we are going through those weeks of the regular season. 8 weeks of them, to be exact. How you feeling about this schedule right now? You know, it is a long road to go through. It is a long time to spend. It's not going to be the same thing as your set and done one weekend tournament. We got to play a season, Dean.
That we do. Today, it's going to be nothing but excitement. We get a chance to take a look at one of the biggest competitors that we have inside the collegiate team in Harrisburg up against the side of Western Kentucky University, which is pretty exciting as well.
Yeah, with this game right now, the West Kentucky University Hilltoppers versus Harrisburg University Storm. You know, we do know Harrisburg all too well. It's a lot of fun to see some of these newer teams that are now starting to shape up. You know, West Kentucky, much more new to the collegiate space in terms of building their program up, but flourishing nonetheless.
Yeah, it's a program that I learned only recently had some scholarships that went alongside it, which is very rare because most of the time inside a collegiate, when you're looking at a bunch of these schools, they're often club teams, often student-ran, don't have that much support from the university. And so Western Kentucky trying to build something a little bit more than that, which is really cool. To my knowledge, they're one of, I think they said 3 these schools, public schools inside of Western Kentucky, or inside of Kentucky in general, that actually give away scholarships for esports, which I think is a really cool thing for them to be able to do to help support that avenue of development.
All right, giving a shout out to some of our sponsors right there. You saw Extra Life just a moment ago. Play games and change kids' health. Change the future. Join Extra Life today into the matchup that we have ahead. Western Kentucky, Harrisburg. A lot of these names we know on the Harrisburg side. We just talked about West Kentucky. Let's break that down a little bit because Harrisburg has been around for a while. I think you would know better. Dean, you were just part of the LAN that they hosted.
Yeah. In both these squads, there's interesting pieces to look at. The biggest one I think that we're looking at between the two teams is this top lane matchup. We know Larry the Crawfish, one of the better players that's been signed as now a freshman here at Western Kentucky University, going against a long-standing member in Collegiate and on Harrisburg, and inside of the amateur scene in general in Lawrence, who spent some time obviously in Academy in previous year, has been absolutely doing some amazing things in the top lane, one of the best carries that we have in terms of what collegiate top laners is supposed to look like. Should yield one of the more exciting matchups here today between these two teams.
I'm definitely pretty hyped on this matchup, especially considering that Western Kentucky is more of a newer program. You know, it's been a slow evolution from them coming from just a program that they were 8 years ago, developing more into something that's competitive within the collegiate CLOL space. Kind of redundant right there, collegiate League of Legends space. Nonetheless, they've done a great job at doing that, and we're already underway on the draft right here, taking a look at what has been drafted. Dean, what pops out to you?
Well, let's take a look, because I have a chance to look all the way through. Notably, we're a bit of everything else that comes through, so let's just pay attention to a few things. One of the biggest ones, I know walking into today, Harrisburg actually fielded a slightly different roster at Hugh Fest, which they were at most recently when we got to see this roster. One of the big changes is that, of course, it is going to be Zyle that's going to be playing in that in the jungle position for this team. And one of the things he talked about with you was that he is Maokai pilled, I believe the way that he called it, and that one was banned away. So Western Kentucky doing a little bit of research, making sure that that's going to get kicked out. The other thing is Maple starting for this team today instead of Hopeful. Hopeful played pretty much all last season, played in Hugh Fest, and now it's Maple who's going to be starting. Somebody that I think was really raw walking into last season, but obviously had a bunch of talent. Giving him the Caitlyn today is a lot of faith that new coach do, putting on one of these very young new players to the roster.
All right, you did get a peek at what we think our predictions are going to be, and Dean, I'll let you explain yours first. Harrisburg University, you see them taking the dub. It's the more experienced university, but why else? Why else do you see them taking it here?
Well, let's start with, this is one of the most established organizations inside of esports in the collegiate level, let alone just League of Legends. They've come at this with a roster that's full of challenger players. Pretty much everybody across this board has been challenger at some point. The only kind of exceptions, I don't even know if there are exceptions to this, but I know that Barlow is brand new to this roster, only got added this season. But another important one is that they took a step back. X Special was coaching this team for a very long time. Might not recognize his name as being an ex-professional player that played in Dignitas for a very long time. And they replaced him with who? Zoo, of course. The ex-coach of Maryville, somebody that was in a lot of very high-level programs and inside of Academy even at one point. Expect high things.
Yeah, Skimpy with the Zenith Blade right there. I like this from Western Kentucky. Why not start off the season with one of the spiciest things you can do? There's not much tape right now on a lot of these teams, given this tournament has just began. So level ones can trick people.
Yes, this is one of the most one-dimensional compositions I've ever seen designed, which you can take that in two directions, being an insult or a compliment to the side of Western Kentucky University, because what they have done is they said, we're going to put tanks in 4 positions, we're going to put a bunch of AoE/CC together, and then we're going to stack a Misfortune on top of it. So it's their faith that Verg in the bottom lane here, this ADC for the side of Western Kentucky University, I think a longer-standing player on this roster compared to somebody like Larry, who's just stepping on for the first time, has a lot of potential to step up for them if they're able to get this team fight down pat, because it is designed specifically around this big wombo.
And that team fight can be absolutely disgusting, that wombo you're talking about. I mean, looking at all that crowd control that does come together to set up that bullet time, it's beautiful, but the thing is, you need to get past the laning phase first to set up that situation, to get into that team fight phase. And we're going to see what the junglers can do to influence these early laning stages. Already going to bump into each other will be the mid lane, the jungler Zyle. Going after Ping is skill. Couple of clubs onto the back to send them back. High Key Savage will hop right over, looking for the grab. Will not get the snare in, but does force the flash out.
Okay, I'm not sure. I don't think it's a bug because the rest of these characters actually have their items in tow, but it appears as though High Key Savage didn't buy anything, which is a very strange brain fart from one of the far more veteran players of this roster. And it made me notice that as they walked in, because I feel like most of the time Zyle would have been comfortable with that. He had a massive health advantage, and High Key Savage was ready to go. But it seems as though I think he realized he didn't have items and said, oh, can't take this. Unfortunately, I just don't have that power yet, so now he's stuck in a weird position.
All right, here's one of the combos you could do with the Thresh right here. If they come in with the Zenith Blade, using the Flay does interrupt some of that. You can block out the follow-up on the Daybreak. It was a good move coming out of Barlow, especially with that Death Sentence pulling Skimpy in a little bit more. Gotta pay some respects to this bot lane of the Caitlyn Thresh, even though you can go hard with that Leona. The punishment, if you choose the wrong time, can be massive. Barlow with the Death Sentence onto Verg. Skimpy still going for Barlow, and there's the first blood. Western Kentucky able to take it to the veterans, but looking for more. Will make it rain, but will not go for anymore as the mana bar far too low. But first blood in the bot lane for Western Kentucky, Dean.
gotta give huge props over to Skimpy and Verg. I believe it was actually Skimpy who kind of made this happen. Saxophones. I'm not sure what's going on right there, but it appears to have been chased out of the bottom side jungle. But I love what just happened on the bottom side of the map, because again, it seemed like Barlow had found this perfect timer to try to find a hook onto one of these two members before they had a chance to actually return and do anything of importance. But both of them cancel the back. They turn immediately onto Barlow before Maple can kind of step up. And the Caitlyn not able to dish out the punishment the way that press the attack Misfortune did on the bottom side of the map. Able to take, like we said, to one of the newest player, I think, of Harrisburg, being punished for a little bit of transgression.
Larry almost falling in the top side, but in the mid lane, HiKeySavage will drop ping his skill. That flashes down, means it's a guaranteed kill. Now in the top side, a great use of the flag and drag flash. We'll get that knock up onto XCSJ. No mana left here. Saxophones waiting for the cooldown. Demonte Standard doesn't land. The Fiora will get out alive.
Woof. Tragic. A swing and a miss, unfortunately, from Saxophones, who tries to punish Lawrence on the top side of the map right there, because it's just barely not enough. As he's starting to get active on the Jarvan, which is really good to see. We really like to see that action early on. So
Absolutely.
Going up the top side, trying to punish the Fiora, make sure that this matchup doesn't get worse, because it definitely does not get better for the Ornn in the laning phase, or as the game begins to scale in the one-on-one. So I do like that Saxophones tries to put some kind of pressure on, just barely not able to capitalize.
Oh, yeah, and let's be real. I think J4 is a great jungler to have in this matchup against Harrisburg. Off of the sheer nature of J4 alone being very friendly towards all stages of the game, does have that team fight potential later on, can gank at any level, just get that level 2 flag and drag comes online. It gives Saxophones a way to get a lead early against Harrisburg, as long as he's able to play his cards right. And he's looking to play his cards in the bottom lane.
Didn't like it. Barlow able to deny that nice E coming through from the Leona. To ensure that nothing is going to come about on the bot side, maybe waste a little bit of the time, as there's just nothing there for Saxophones to kind of capitalize on. There are no wards, but it's easy enough to play very defensive as this Thresh. Caitlyn, you can kind of play a little further back. You usually want to be playing for plates, but we haven't seen Xyle step into bottom side. Instead, Xyle has just kind of been interacting anywhere on the map, farming up a storm, currently double what Saxophones is doing. And the Trundle is very strong at the beginning of this game. It could become problematic to deal with him in some of these mid-game skirmishes, especially paired along HiKeySavage. It looks like they're going to take advantage of now.
Xyle jumping in with HiKeySavage, Solar Flare stolen away. Hikey waiting to put that down, doesn't even need to drop it. It's an easy kill onto Skimpy. The rotation catches out Western Kentucky. They'll get control of the river, but they're looking for more, Dean. That tower dive almost set up.
Stepping into bot side. They've got the Leona ultimate. They are just, this is just bullying right now, because Verg is going to be stuck here for anything else.
Oh, well, gonna miss the Solar Flare. Flash gonna be burnt out. Xyle goes down, and Ferg will not leave empty-handed.
Trying to figure out how to juggle the aggro right there. Could not quite make it happen from the side of Harrisburg. It's not the biggest deal in the world. The big thing is a massive wave just crashed. The Misfortune's not going to be able to grab. They're still going to get plates on bottom side. Top lane, Lawrence is kind of just smurfing anyway. So again, the map isn't falling apart for having lost that bottom side kill, but it's a little less clean than you'd expect from Harrisburg.
Yeah, Lawrence styling over on this top side against one of the more highly toted players on the side of Western Kentucky, Larry. Has had fantastic play, almost making it to Masters now. Definitely one of the highlights, just going against someone who has a lot of experience within the North American amateur circuit.
Yeah, like this has to be one of the most difficult first matchups for a young freshman to kind of take. Only if, because again, we know that Lawrence is insanely good XC, for anybody who doesn't know, the top laner on the side of Harrisburg. It's just Lawrence. He's a carry potential. We know the Gangplank is super good. The Fiora also is risen to a very high priority, as Barlow take a good amount of damage. His bot lane's been surprisingly better than I thought it was going to be, because I have high expectations for Makel and Barlow eventually. They are two of the newer members that have been added onto this kind of Harrisburg starting roster. But here, Verg and Skimpy doing a perfectly fine job, especially Verg, who is this kind of really big piece to this team fight coming through from the side of Western Kentucky, needs to succeed and doing fine right now.
Skimpy's been pretty good about that lockdown that did get the kill earlier for that first blood. Still more pressure coming out from this Western Kentucky bot lane. Doing a great job. They're going to utilize that control, calling over Saxophone, say, hey, Dragon, time to grab it. Xyle will match it with Rip Herald on the top side.
Yes, and it's a matter of, as of previous patches, obviously a while back, the Rift Herald was like the no-brainer take 100%. Now I think it's a little bit more even. It's actually a little better for the Dragon in a lot of cases, but in this particular instance, giving up the Rift Herald, giving the potential of either breaking bottom tower open and letting the Caitlyn across the map, or putting it on the other side of the map and allowing Fiora to go crazy, both of which are bad options. So Western Kentucky has to be very cautious about where they allow this to go. And especially now, you can see what Lawrence is doing with the wave. It's actually coming into him. He's going to hold it in place, and that means Larry the Crawfish is going to get denied a bunch of CS. Bad for the Orange scaling, bad for the Orange experience, all things that you want to scale up over the course of the game. And in the right circumstance, it actually means that eventually Lawrence is going to have it bounce off the tower, have a stack wave in his favor, and it means that Xyle can go from bottom side to top side pathing and use that Rift Herald on a stack wave, which is that'll just destroy the entire, like, basically the Ornn won't play this game.
Yeah, exactly. Xyle, his red buff just did spawn up, but look at this, going for the gank in the mid lane, ping his skill with a haymaker to the back of Xyle's head, will keep himself alive and thwart the gank made by Harrisburg.
I think it's next patch that the nerf comes through. I think Xyle might be a little angry. one more week, Xyle, don't worry about it. Next week, that gank works 100%. As ping his skill, taking a little bit of inspiration from JoJo wanting to make sure that set mid lane is just going to go absolutely bonkers in the mid lane. And a lot better of a matchup into the Sylas' bot lane more action.
Oh, Makel will use the net right out, but there's the bullet time, forcing the flash out of Barlow. Box getting the slow onto Ferg. Makel not willing to go forward, though. A little bit too much of a risk here. Here comes HighKeySavage. Doesn't have an ultimate to steal away. And can't get the root in just yet. Waiting in the wings, though, was Saxophones. Now calling down Ping a skill. We might have a 4v4.
Oh. Yeah, that's... Okay. There's the ultimate stolen. Leona ultimate readily available as we get a fight kind of everywhere.
Oh, Zenith Blade right in onto Xyle. Xyle staying in the middle. Will use that Lantern to get out. Berg following through, but here comes HighKeySavage looking to bring one right back for Harrisburg. Drops it with the Solar Flare. Gets a double kill onto the bottom lane. Looking for more, though, will be Western Kentucky. They return one kill, but HighKeySavage wants to make this 3 with a triple kill. Not done. Top lane, Larry puts down the Call of the Forge God. Looking to survive Lawrence. We're finally going to get that lull in the action as Larry gets that knock up onto Lawrence, but Lawrence does not care about that. He cares about plates. We'll cash that in. Great fight coming in the bot lane.
Goodness gracious. And that's more kills onto HighKeySavage. So one of the biggest things is, number one, you want your misfortune going, but the whole reason you pick the set is also to try to shut out the Sylas in a game like this. And the problem is now, your bottom lane is down a good amount of CS. You thought that the kills were going to be sufficient. Yes, you have Kraken Slayer, which is at least good enough for Verg to maybe stay relevant in this game. But the problem is, the Sylas can always be a die threat, can always beat the opposing melees in, kind of from close range, or if he gets on top of misfortune, that's going to be problematic. And that's exactly the position they find themselves in. They've given so much over to HighKeySavage in all of these skirmishes he's been able to find around the map, these roams to the bottom lane that have been capitalizing, that it means not only is the win condition not really, I think, where you want it to be from the side of Western Kentucky when they're using this power around the misfortune, but also massive win condition unlocked here for the side of Harrisburg as their mid laner is going crazy.
Their mid laner is going crazy. Not just that, look at the top side. Lawrence has shoved in this wave, has a strong CS lead. He's doing well. Now focusing on this mid lane, ping a skill. Gonna use that ultimate RKO towards the side, but not on the tower. Here comes out the Haymaker. HighKeySavage trying to regen out of this. Will throw one right back, but ping a skill has the name in the mid lane, and he will claim 2 of them.
There we go. I'm not even sure exactly how that turned out so well for the side of Western Kentucky, but somehow the Jarvan in the set, just too much power at the beginning of the game.
Oh, Barlow, great to interrupt that bullet time. Puts the slow on a Berg with the box. Skimpy, Shield of Daybreak, stuns out, but there is Makel returning fire underneath the tower. Skimpy might have bitten off more than they can chew. Will get out, sub 200 health, close exchange in the bot.
Can't play as aggressively on the front foot now as the Leona unless you really catch out Barlow or really catch out Makel because he doesn't have the cleanse. So if you get the CC train going, you're able to make it work. They're going to try to maybe make another catch on the bottom side of the map here. As you can see, it was difficult. Xyle had to try to figure out a place to put this Rift Herald, was trying to path up towards top side, couldn't quite get there. Lawrence is at a massive advantage, so it doesn't really matter all that much. I also love this kind of coverage from Saxophones on the bottom side of the map. Really good idea because this bottom lane is poking around. They're going to be able to help catch this wave. They're not going to allow Makel an easy enough back timing. If you play aggressively on the bottom side now, it's just going to get caught by Saxophones. Yeah, you're already losing top lane. I suppose right here it's Western Kentucky saying, we're just going to play on our 2 winning lanes because it's the only place we can. Is like, what do you do about this? There's just nothing to do.
There's no escaping Lawrence, so the play is for Western Kentucky, as you said, towards the bottom side. And that combo, just having what you have down there, it's so much front-loaded damage. You can dive. You can get those kills very quick. Yeah. Leona J4 really does bring a lot with their passives for these dives in terms of damage alone. But if that is not happening, then you got to respond to what's going on over here. It's going to be a second tower taken off of this push with the Rift Herald, and that's a lot of income going over to Lawrence.
I don't think it's enough that's been respected on the top side of the map here from the side of Western Kentucky. I was trying to lay out this whole little bit where I'm like, okay, if they play for the bottom side, they play to cover the bottom side, it could be at least some kind of like relevant match, but it's just not the case that you're winning as much because you're not getting anything on the bottom side. If you go for a dive and you get bottom lane tower to get something there, yes, that's going to end up being okay. But trading 2 for basically just a back timer when you're down 40 CS for the Misfortune is just never going to amount to anything that you actually need to win this game or turn this game back on its head. Western Kentucky is just hoping, they're down 3,500 gold. They're not down too far at this point, that the Misfortune ultimate alongside these other big ultimates can kind of save you. But, I mean, Larry the Crossfish is way too far from level 14, level 15, where you can start get the Ornn items back under toe. It's a really tough position to find yourselves in. You're going for dragon stacking, going for late game team fighting, but Fiora might just win this game on her own.
Yeah, that's a really tricky situation right here. Given that Kentucky can go for these Drakes pretty safely, given the most part that they have a great team fight comp, as long as they get their first foot in the river and establish vision, it should be theirs. But while they're busy doing that, you said it, Dean, Lawrence will be on that top side, will be a split push menace. Already the wave is crashing on that inhibitor tower, and that means the entire top side of your map is going to be forfeit to Lawrence and Xyle.
It's very true, as Rift Herald's also going to go down, and this is the fear of the Rift Herald that has the potential to do this much damage in the game, is that these structures just get ripped through like they're paper. And again, having the fact that you've got two sides of your map with the Caitlyn and the Fiora that can really be benefited by having this Rift Herald thrown down, getting them into tower, killing pressure, was massive. But you can see this gold went into the right place. This Ornn's feeling the effects right now.
And you can see that pressure just getting the Call the Forge God out. If Lawrence can keep doing that, that means the team fight will be crippled from Western Kentucky. Here comes the Cataclysm right onto Barlow. Mako looking to back out, but uses the stopwatch to block a lot of that damage from the bullet time. Barlow going forward as Xyle has arrived onto Verg with High Key Savage in the back pocket. It's an easy kill for Harrisburg, and things are falling apart for Western Kentucky.
They are trying to make the play. The cross-map play on the other side of the map would have worked earlier in the game when the Fiora wasn't this strong, but look how strong that Lawrence is. Just able to walk under the tower, Desterux. Just he does what he wants on the top side of the map. And that on its own is sufficient to know that the other side of the map, you're just never getting anything that's going to be of similar value. And they're already this far behind, right? Like, this is something you should have been doing from, the second, third, rotation of your camps, fourth rotation of your camps, not when you're down an entire item on your top laner. This is where the Fiora now just wins the game. There's really no response for you to have.
Let's see this recall right now. I actually want to see how much gold Lawrence has on this Fiora, because the income from 2 turrets, from all the CS, almost, we're getting towards Flame Horizon territory now. How disgusting this has been. Has that Tiamat completed, working towards the next item, Divine Sunderer on top of it. What can really stop Lawrence here? What does Western Kentucky need to do to set up a win condition?
I really don't think they have a response to the side lane. Like I said, their best bet is to try to turtle. You're going to have to give up a bunch of objectives here in a row to Harrisburg. You're talking probably 2, maybe 3 full dragons. You're talking they're going to be throwing punches at you, and unfortunately, you're just going to have to be a punching bag if you want to try to set something up, because you're just looking for picks with the Ornn ultimate, you're looking for picks with Leona ultimate, and you can't let them force into your territory and kind of pick you off, because that's how you're going to lose.
And that's what you're saying right there, Dean. Go into your territory and pick you off. Skimpy runs low, but doesn't get dropped just yet. Lantern will keep Xyle A-okay, but the pressure is coming in the mid, in the bottom lane, as Harrisburg, a full unit, putting pressure on the bot side jungle.
And the other big problem with this is that, it's really hard to play on 3 full lanes, and they are right now on the side of Western Kentucky, because if you only play on if you play on all 3 lanes, that means you're basically down an entire member when you're already weaker inside of a game like this, and it causes problems like this, where, okay, yes, Ornn is pushing on the other side of the map. What is Ornn actually getting in place of the defensive bottom lane where you just lost a tower? Fiora is going to be able to continue just poking away, doing anything, and if they sacrifice by throwing a bunch of members to defend the bottom lane, then look at that. Where's mid lane going? Mid lane's going down because you got a Caitlyn there. She's just going to be critting the tower. You just get pulled apart at the seams by this Harrisburg tower.
And all that work that Western Kentucky have done to stop this bottom lane is starting to amount to nothing. Makel's catching up. Gale Force is completed. The rest of the team doing well. 2-0-3 now. This Caitlyn has come online, and so has the rest of Harrisburg. High Key Savage will be on that top side to push out that wave. You do see that top inhibitor tower starting to get low. The rest of Harrisburg setting up elsewhere on the map.
hasn't been that level of pure crushing dominance we sometimes see from collegiate teams against other like higher level teams. In fairness, as a grand kind of retrospect of everything this season so far, every team that I've seen that's been around this area of like having players that are competitive with some of the higher level players, when you're talking about like diamond level, like getting into master level players, if those exist, I don't even think Western Kentucky has that, but a lot of those rosters have actually done a lot better at building like pieces and working together a lot better. I remember when I was watching Q qualifiers, a bunch of teams, they felt like they were much more competitive, and I think that's showing itself here, where Western Kentucky, even as a team that doesn't feel like they should be in the race with Harrisburg in 99% of games, feels like even to this moment, a big team fight could go on their way. I don't think the game is ever going to go to them at this point. I think it's far from them being able to take things up, but at minimum, they're around for a lot longer, and they aren't just getting absolutely ruled.
Yeah, they had a lane that did well. All credit to them, as another kill is going to be picked up by Lawrence. I mean, it is kind of tricky, because esports and gaming, it's something that's not really in a traditional light just yet. When you look at gaming, you look at having it for fun. Getting it to that transition to esports does take a little bit of time to build that environment. That's what Western Kentucky have been doing. Here comes the Cataclysm of Saxophones going on to Makel. Out comes the Piltover Peacemaker. A lot of damage onto Saxy. Will have to retreat towards that tier 1 inner tower. That minion wave is now being guided to. Not much health left on it. A soft breeze will take it down.
And again, you're playing on 2 waves right now as Harrisburg, and I love when they pinch into 2 waves like this when you've got an advantage, because again, if you try to match 1-to-1 against the Fiora, you lose every single one of those matchups. You saw the Flame Horizon is official now on the top side of the map. In fact, Flame Horizon, everybody on the other side of Western Kentucky has Lawrence already on this Fiora, so unstoppable force meets a movable wall, unfortunately, for the side of Western Kentucky. And if you don't play somebody there and you put 5 elsewhere on the map, then it just means that the Fiora is going to win on her own as it is. So you have to multi-number against the Fiora, like 2 members, and that means elsewhere on the map is also weaker, where they're going to be able to strike too. So again, it's a point where like Harrisburg knows how to press these buttons. Zoo taught his players easily how to press these buttons if they didn't know how to do it as high-level players as it is, and it means that this is too easy of a game to walk in now for Harrisburg University.
Now look at Savage headed over towards this top side. Western Kentucky are responding through with it. Might be just going for the red buff right now to collect whatever resources they can, at least keep into their pocket. I'm looking for some sort of pick here to come out of Western Kentucky. I mean, there is a lot of map movement coming out of Harrisburg right now that you can try and catch out. You know, this is a brief moment of hubris, if you will, as they try and set up for other stuff. And Ping Skill is already looking for it right now onto Xyle. Will get the RKO, goes off to the side, but there's a death sentence pulling Ping right back in. Xyle chasing through, will sidestep the Solar Flare. Call the Forge God, gets a triple knockup. High Key Savage steals away the Cataclysm and drops it right in. Saxy gonna return fire, but here comes Lawrence waiting to clean up the rest of Western Kentucky to make this Kentucky Fried Chicken. Running forward, Lawrence picks up Berg, and the rest of Kentucky fall through. It's gonna be a clean ace for Harrisburg.
And it really looked like there was finally a decent fight from Western Kentucky. That Misfortune ultimate looked like it was going to tag 4 people, and 2 get out the back, 1 as a stopwatch, and then all of it goes down the drain, because that's what you built the entire composition around. And when you get the Fiora to come through, when the Caitlyn starts getting focused down single targets, that's all that's necessary for Harrisburg to just easily waltz through the rest of this game. Game number 2 for Western Kentucky, they just got to find control. I liked some of the pieces. Their lanes were in okay positions compared to where we thought that they were going to be. It's just about being able to kind of combine everything a little bit better. You need a better topside matchup to make sure that Lawrence doesn't roll like that.
I want to jump on that again, because I did like the way Western Kentucky were able to perform in the early game, especially in the bottom lane. I very much liked what I saw down there with Verg and Skimpy responding to a lot of the attempts that Barlow was trying to do to get some level of play, and we saw with the recall attempt coming out from the side of Kentucky, where they just baited out Barlow and both canceled those recalls to jump on. It gave Kentucky a place to play from, and you have to give respect to that, especially in a team as competitive as Harrisburg.
Yeah, I even thought that, like, Pinga's skill had a pretty solid game. It was really a negating lane to make sure that High Key Savage wasn't going to do well, and High Key Savage roams really just bought him the space to do anything he wanted anyway over the course of this game. But outside of that, I thought the lane was perfectly strong, the set was good. They need more range, I think, to work with. Mage would have been really good if they could have a similar laning phase with just a Mage out of the mid lane. It could have been huge for some of the team fights and the ability to carry a little bit later on into this one. But I don't think they're, like, such a... Like, the game did show this ridiculous gap between the two. Not to say that Harrisburg did not also play well. Again, the fact that High Key Savage got out of mid lane and found a bunch of kills, the fact that even though bot lane wasn't doing well, they just shift attention back into top side when they know Fiora is going crazy. Zaya was able to make sure that that side of the map got absolutely crushed home, so that Lawrence could carry them into any type of win that they ever needed, even though it was just a team fight that secured it for them. I think Harrisburg did everything that they needed to do to show us what they had to in that game.
I mean, it's an experienced team in Harrisburg. They've been through a lot, not just with CLOL, but with the amateur circuit as well. We've seen that team perform at. So I think it's something you take with a grain of salt, and you take a moment to reevaluate, if you're Western Kentucky, what you're going to take into the next draft, and how you're going to look to expand that bottom lane lead into taking over a lot of this map.
Yeah, I love the misfortune. Like, she's very strong. She's getting picked at Worlds. There's a lot of reasons why she's a very good champion right now. I think basing an entire composition specifically around it is a little problematic, because that ultimate is basically your whole bread and butter. And even though she's a great auto attacker, you can't bank on that always getting all like paid her. You saw that game. I don't think there was a single ultimate for Misfortune outside of one on bot side against Barlow that really just destroyed an enemy champion. Most of the time it felt like it was used and then it was just blocked out by the side of Harrisburg, and there wasn't much to do. So give yourself a second avenue, maybe a better top lane matchup. Again, the Ornn into Fiora was not the move into Lawrence. Give it something more aggressive. Maybe let your young player try something a little bit more. You can say like, Gangplank, Trundle, Nasus, all champions that I think they pilot up in the top side of the map. And then, like you said, put that extra jungle focus to the bottom lane where you saw some of that bending happen from Harrisburg, and things probably turn out a little bit better for you.
And this is pretty exciting because it's still the start of the season, so there's a lot to pick up here. There's a lot that is going to be going off here. I know different players have different goals. I did sit down with Zyle and talk about his expectations. He was talking about how Harrisburg didn't make CLOL top 8 last year, and now he has a goal to get them into LAN, to get them in person, to get this new roster in there. It goes far and wide, and for some, it's not even about being pro, right? It's about working your way through the esports scene and getting into maybe the back end of esports, maybe getting into coaching into esports. There's all different avenues to go when it comes to collegiate, and that's what kind of makes me excited coming into a new season of Ace.
Yeah, I remember specifically that Harrisburg versus MSU team, that game, that series. It was such a dominating game one, and they were winning by 12,000 gold in game number 2 before MSU came back and that went to win the series. It was such a heartbreaker for that squad that had members that were leaving for the final time, and I felt bad because Zyle doesn't have much time left inside of collegiate. I know it's transitioned a little bit more to coaching. I know at Harrisburg was in the ear alongside Zoo with most of the players, making sure that he was there positionally. They're making sure he was for strategy. Zyle's a great dude alongside Zoo. They've got one of the most potent combos for coaching that you've got in terms of intelligence and practical knowledge that a team could really ever ask for. And so this Harrisburg team is one to watch to make that improvement, because it's been a while since we've seen them as like a top contender. Like, we used to consider them perpetual top 4. Now you start mentioning top 8. They did get top 6 at Hugh, which was really cool. But I think it's easy enough for people to kind of not have them in the breath of some of the top level teams anymore. And I think this is the season that they can prove that that's just not the case, and that they are still one of the best programs that League of Legends has here in college. And
it's absolutely awesome into that end, given the way these programs have shaped up for the most part, especially Harrisburg, as it's been an incredibly supportive program towards a lot of their players and students, putting in a lot of work, especially university president himself, trying to make this a reality and expand everything that when it comes to esports. I do like the environment that they put together, because a lot of these players are friendly with each other, are on good terms, do a lot of team building together, and that works for the camaraderie and getting the mental in the right place for when you do hit the rift and have to play.
Yeah, and on the opposite side, I mean, what I love about the fact that like Western Kentucky walks into this like series with is that there's this panache that I think a lot of schools have been able to pick up from a combination of being able to find talent from amateur and from some of the other places that like it exists, like in academy and those types of places, combined with some of the new again, swagger that they would have picked up from, like, if you remember Peach Belt from last season and what Converse was able to do with a roster that came, like, it felt like out of nowhere. Some of these other teams, I feel like, have to feel like they've got chances still. Like Western Kentucky, they're relatively young. What are they, like 6 years, 8 years, something like that?
Yeah.
The esports team was a club team for such a long time, and they've got quite a bit of history behind where they've, like the distance that they've come. Now having some varsity, type scholarship, positions for them to be able to fill, they want to be able to replicate that type of success, and I've seen it in a couple of places. And so for me this year, yes, you've got like this arc of, okay, Harrisburg's competing for a top spot, Maryville's competing with a top spot, St. Thomas currently sits as a top dog and is difficult to dethrone in a lot of places, but it's all these up and coming teams that also make quite a bit of a difference to me, where it's like we're watching to see how these players, how these programs progress, and I think over time, eventually collegiate just continues to pick up more and more steam as being this massive way for players to really continue their League of Legends experience, continue themselves in terms of development. And Western Kentucky is one of these big ones that now I'm watching because I didn't know they had scholarships before today. And so I'm looking at this team and I'm like, I want to see the big plays. I want to see more of this. So I think it's exciting.
Yeah, that's a conversation I had with their coach. The transition from something that started off as just a club into an esports program, because that's what they were 8 years ago, just a club, got towards that transition. Told me over the last 2 years, it's been this transition from the casual environment into the more competitive environment. I think that is a little bit of a challenge to get through, right? Because it was what I was saying on the cast earlier. It's that gaming is still viewed in this very casual light, where a lot of people who are uninformed, especially older, tend to think it's just there's no real end to it. Well, no, there's scholarships now. Western Kentucky, as you said, one of the few universities that have programs that provide those scholarships for players. So I find that absolutely fantastic. It is a great thing to invest into, and it's awesome that they're actually taking the time to make that transition and work with their players. It does build a lot for players who are normally ignored within the university space, right? Because traditional sports, you're building up certain dynamics, you're building up certain things that you can't get from anywhere else when it comes to education. Well, now those who are into gaming can still build those values, and that's what I really love about collegiate esports.
It's wonderful. And this is my favorite time of year, this and then like getting into next year. But a lot of the tournaments that have happened already, some of the tournaments that will happen later in this year, and some of the events that are going on right now, give us our look as what is the Western Kentucky roster? What does the Western Kentucky program look like in some of its, I would say some of its building process against a roster that put everything into this? Like when you've got Harrisburg, who's this dynasty and one of the first real veteran programs that existed in esports in college, up against Western Kentucky, it's such a shock value. It's such a, okay, this is what we want to be, right? These are the people who are the hurdles. These are the ones that are setting the pace for what every other program in the country wants to be. Western Kentucky, they obviously don't want to be an exact replica of Harrisburg, but this is the type of model, the type of mold that you're looking at for what you want to accomplish eventually, and it's what you can definitely become with enough time and tribulation.
And you start with a successful model in the first place, and then you can expand into your own direction. This draft is now underway. Western Kentucky University looking to bounce back after that first loss against Harrisburg. We'll see what they have here as the bans are coming out. Aatrox's not going to see the map. Neither is that Caitlyn that we saw played earlier. Udyr, Zoe, Volibear, LeBlanc, all taken off, but these are just champion names. I do see a champion picked now, and that is Pantheon. Explain that to me, Dean.
As much as I would like to say that it's anywhere else, I would love to see it in the jungle. I think Jungle Pantheon is underrated beyond belief. One of my favorite teams from Worlds and Saigon Buffalo was playing in the jungle. Had it perm banned against them because their jungler was a really good Pantheon player. Unfortunately, now they have to worry about the potential. Not the potential. Xyle should have this Maokai. I do think it can flex into top and to support very, very easily if they needed to. But if this is a jungle matchup, I think it's an amazing jungle matchup to throw up. It's a very aggressive Jarvan type ganking jungler for Western Kentucky to kind of come out here with and to play with immediately, with a lot more kill threat and a lot more power to have, I think, instantly in the game. You get point and click CC, you get a lot of execution damage from the Q. There's a lot of benefits to having the Pantheon in that position if that's what you decide.
And of course, Xyle being on that Maokai did mention that he was Maokai pilled, so we're sure to see some interesting things with this. The Kalista going to be paired alongside it in the bottom lane. Should see some sort of aggressive support to pair along with this. If not, I suppose there is a world where you could do a Maokai flex from jungle to support. Kind of a reach onto that one. Set will be locked in for Harrisburg.
That's a power pick to say the least if you're throwing it up. Now, we get some more interesting stuff because Now you have Kalista with set support, Kalista with Maokai support, both options. Could still be jungle Maokai with set mid lane, set top lane as a response to the Sion. If Sion is top lane, Sion, of course, can be put with the Senna. We get no answers here at the beginning of this game for what we're going to be able to see, unfortunately. If I had to take a wild guess, I would say Sion's probably going to bot lane. I feel like that's a combo that, especially after last game, if you're feeling like your bottom lane can handle what Maple is throwing, what Barlow is throwing to you from the side of Harrisburg, then Western Kentucky just throws themselves Senna and Sion. You put it in the bot lane, you say we can play aggressive, or we can just farm it out. We let the Senna go as wild as she wants with the scaling. The Sion's going to be an impenetrable brick wall, and the Kalista's never going to be able to kill us in the lane.
That's fine and dandy. Jungle Blitzcrank is what I want to see from Harrisburg.
You had to bring it up.
I had to bring it up. We talked a little bit about it before the broadcast. It's the only thing I'm really hoping for nowadays, man. Bans come in for the second phase. Silas, Camille, Victor, Azir, all going to be taken off. As we are finally at the moment where we get some of these answers of where these champions are going to go. Harrisburg, stop stalling on that pick. Hurry up, lock it in. I'm tired of this confusion. I'm tired of the haze. I got to know these champion comps. I got to know the selection. There's 7 seconds on the clock. I'm tired of stalling. Lysandra, we got that in the mid lane. It better be in the mid lane. It's locked in, Gene.
Okay, so that means that it is very likely now to be the set in the top lane position, so we're missing support potentially. Wow, Western Kentucky really going for it here. This is something else. So the Karthus can also be flexed a little bit. I'm still a little baffled about where things can go, because you can kind of put Karthus mid lane. I feel like it's better in the jungle or the okay. We're everywhere now. We're all over the place at this point. Okay, so
support
I'm gonna commit to this. It's probably top Nasus with Karthus mid. That's probably my best bet here.
Really?
I'm thinking that's the case. Yes.
I want to go mid Pantheon, top Sion, support Nasus with Senna. Just funnel it onto the Nasus jungle Karthus. This is my comp.
So it is set support. We do get set support locked in here, which was a bit of a stretch, but it's something that can work into certain matchups if you really want it to. I'm just curious where the thought process is here, if they know where things are going, because I still don't know where things are going for Western Kentucky. The really bold thing would be to put the Sion top lane and to say, we're putting Nasus bot with the Senna, if you really wanted to go crazy. Because if you press W on Kalista, that Wither already is disgusting against ADCs, but then there's no move speed. The same with Set. His attack speed and being able to like double up, if you cripple that, he feels like half a champion. Like that Wither is such a valuable tool on the bottom side of the map that it could be an option. But again, I don't know where Western Kentucky wants to go, because you can put so many champions in so many different roles here.
Give me the spiciest orientation of this composition that you could possibly think of right now for Western Kentucky.
The spiciest orientation?
Yeah.
You're playing against like a Lysandra mid. If they were really, really bold, they'd say Nasus you have no kill threat against Nasus in the mid lane. So you put Nasus mid lane, you put probably Karthus jungle, and then you put Pantheon top lane is probably the spiciest that it gets. Or you put Pantheon bot lane and you try to kill lane with the Senna, but probably Nasus mid is the spiciest thing you can do.
That would be the doggy daycare take. That's the way I would see it. Yeah, you'd have complete reign of that mid lane, free to farm up, enjoy, fetch the ball, be a good boy.
Fetch the ball.
Oh, this is we wanted answers at the end of the day. We wanted answers for Western Kentucky. They've given us more questions, but that is okay, because it's the start of the season, and I think this is the time for experimenting, especially at the start of the patch. We're on 12.19 right now?
Yes. I will also give that Harrisburg's composition doesn't scale particularly well. Like, Kalista isn't the most well-known, especially with a Nasus, definitely not the most well-known for damage in the later stage of the game. Set's low range, Maokai's low range, you have a lot of kind of gap close, but Lysandra is also relatively low range, and Renekton's also low range, so you have problems with both range. I think wave clear is a tiny bit of an issue, especially if Lysandra falls behind. Like, there's a number of things that could go wrong in this circumstance from Harrisburg. But it's also one of the meanest early game compositions I've ever laid my eyes on. Every one of these lanes wants to smash from minute one.
Yeah, there is a lot going on when you get those, especially in the early skirmishes, when we get those neutral objectives around Dragon or Rift Herald. If Harrisburg can set up around there, especially in anything convenient, It will get brutal. It will get very brutal to that end, because these early games, I mean, Renekton is one of the champions. You know, back in the day, I used to say was like the level 3 power spike, when you just got all 3 of your skills, and now suddenly you control a lot of the lane. You know, a lot of that has changed as we've had a lot of new champions released, but the thought of that is still the same. You have a very strong early game with Renekton. Same thing with Kalista. The Kalista can be so deceptive on the fact that you have Rend that damages on the back end. I'm looking on Harrisburg to get some great pick for the early game to set themselves up for the mid game and to control it. For Western Kentucky, it's about really taking on a lot of that early aggression that's going to come out from Harrisburg. Survive that, and you have something really big here to take on that scaling you were just talking about that falls off for Harrisburg.
Yeah, I mean, when you're looking at Senna, Karthus in the later stage of the game, you throw on Nasus into it, like, there is so little that melee champions are going to be able to do, so little that low-range champions are going to be able to do. It feels like it's an incredibly snowball-type composition from Harrisburg, which, faith to them, they've got the players to be able to make it work. Like, they're believing in their hands, right? But if you have a stumble out of the gate the way you did in the previous game with, like, Barlow and the bot lane just not necessarily stomping the way that you would want them to, if for some reason the topping goes poorly, if you throw one punch and you get caught off balance with it, it could cause you a lot of problems. I remember specifically a couple years ago, there's this really bad ritual of like the first week or two of collegiate being just like some teams that are expected to be in like the top 8 playing against teams that are like primarily consistent of players that are around like the silver gold type area, which is usually just a very, very fast stomp. And you're playing things like Ziggs and Caitlyn that just shred towers, right? I remember specifically that, I can't remember which top-level team it was, but they died 10 times at the beginning of the game, and it felt like they were throwing punches and falling over and doing it again and again, and if they had done it one more time, they might have lost a game in the first week to a team that never should have, because they kept leaning into their weight and not just like backing up, taking a bit of a deep breath, and taking a longer timer to make things happen. And so I do worry that Harrisburg can do that. They've never been the team to make that mistake before. That's not Harrisburg. If anything, they're a team that plays too slowly, too methodically, and so I don't expect them to have that type of stumbling come on here, but it is at least something to mention that something, you know, these things aren't impossible to have occur.
This is why we talk about limit testing, Dean. You know, a lot of academy teams, amateur teams, even collegiate teams do value that word even, of trying to really push how far you can go with a champion, with a composition, even with a strategy, with a team fight, you know, and if you lose out, you still learn a lot of valuable information in losing out. You're able to temper it back. The thing is, you always got to watch when you're doing that limit testing and when you're actually utilizing a lot of that knowledge that you're able to pick up.
That you do. It's a rare situation where maybe that's a bit of the case here from Harrisburg. They want to play on the front foot very effectively, and I think it's one where if they get off to an early lead, it will be impossible to slow them down. There's not going to be much that prevents you from doing so here on the side of Western Kentucky, unfortunately, which could be a problem for them. But again, it feels like they do have enough positions where I see a very real possibility being that at least one lane probably gets out relatively unscathed, and if they do so, I wonder how that's going to bode for their team fight. I wonder if like the coordination of Western Kentucky University is sufficient towards like if Karthus is doing well, can they play around Karthus to just win the game with only him being powerful? Can they do the same for Senna if Senna's the only powerful one in the entire game? That's the question. Or Nasus. If Nasus is playing really well, can they try to set up a situation where Nasus is able to solo carry a game, something like that? Which is a difficult transition to make, even for top-level teams. That's something that's very, very hard to have happen. And so I think it's a bit of a test as well, that like if a more realistic situation happens where, you know, maybe not all 3 of their major scaling contributors are fed, but if only one of them gets fed, can they still play out the game and be competitive with Harrisburg?
Well, we did have that in the bottom before with the Misfortune. That was an early lead picked up for Western Kentucky. I think that's the question we were asking a lot more leading into this game, right? How do we take that lead and start transferring it to other lanes? Given this composition that you see right now, Dean, if you were to see a lead come out of Western Kentucky's laning, where do you see it coming from?
Probably Pantheon ganking somewhere, and if I had to guess, it would probably be locked up alongside Nasus. I really think that Nasus is going to have a solid game. Playing against this melee champions with Wither being as strong as it is, freshly buffed on this patch, freshly buffed Nasus on this patch, it could be just some real trouble if you're not careful here. Like, it's gonna have to be, if it is a top lane Nasus, you're gonna have to put in work as Lawrence, which is fair because Lawrence played very, very well in the previous game. I would not take faith away from Lawrence to be able to stop that lane, but you still have to tread lightly because we've all seen the occurrences of like the 400, 500 stack Nasus at like 20 minutes in the game, just devastating towers, devastating champions, being a mean team fighter. And again, that Wither is such a valuable tool now, especially that it's like a 71% attack speed slow that you can devastate some of the biggest damage dealers on this team. So that's where I see it. I'm like, if Pantheon can't find anywhere else, run at the Nasus, press Wither, you're probably gonna get a kill. Like that's probably how it works.
You know, I definitely feel that one. Nasus, if you do get a lead on Nasus, if you can have side lane control, it takes me back to Season 3, specifically with LCS and some of the old matches we used to see there. Darshan, back then used to be Zion Spartan, would play basically only exclusively like Jax and Nasus, and he would just side lane, split push, and destroy your base very slowly while you're out doing other things. You know, that is reality that can happen with Nasus, especially if you end up in a situation where you can't counter him, where you can't meet him in lane.
It's a tough place to be, and it's been a while since we've really seen competitive Nasus in any way, and it's something that one of the best parts of college League of Legends is that we do get some more, I think, flexibility with the picks that you can grab. Like, you can do some... We've casted some wild games of picks to come in here.
We've had the Nasus counter pick in Amateur, didn't we?
Absolutely,
for a Callista in the bottom?
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely we have.
Yeah.
That was talked about for a very long time, which is why I went to the, hey, if it's Callista, she gets double messed up by the Wither. She gets really, really wrecked. And maybe that was the thought of the set, where it's like, okay, if you Wither the Callista, Set can just 2v1 in that lane, because you didn't Wither him, he gets to walk up, he gets the face breaker, and he can just stomp you immediately before the Nasus gets off the ground. Maybe that's the thought here from this team.
All right, it looks like we are ready to load onto the Rift. Western Kentucky University looking to take it back. Harrisburg 1 win away from taking the series. And now we're finally going to get these lane assignments. Drum roll. All right, there it is. It's Nasus in the top lane. I am sad.
Yeah, told you. It was a long shot. We don't know who each player K. The only reason I said that this was the most likely circumstance is because I know that Larry the Crawfish actually plays a good amount of Nasus, and so it's not shocking in the slightest to see, you know, after the first game where you're playing the Ornn and you get stomped in the laning phase, you want a little more comfort, and he deserves a little more comfort, right? Like, he doesn't want to get stomped by Lawrence. At least if he's going to do it, he's going to do it in style now.
Not doing the clump up that we saw from Western Kentucky before. I was hoping to see the level 1 shenanigans happen once again. It's not an effective death ball, I'm going to be honest right there. So yeah, it kind of makes sense to respect Harrisburg into that. But with Harrisburg, 4 members onto this side, it is Zyle starting up over on the blue buff. Going to get a little bit of help over there. Again, got to pay a lot of attention to the early game of Harrisburg and how they're looking to play this out. I do want to point out that I believe we had a role swap as well. Skimpy is now in the jungle position. It's Saxophones who will be taking support.
It must just be a comforts thing where it's like, what champions are you able to play? I love this. This is a tactic you only see in some of the like platinum, like diamond, sometimes into like gold and silver level like teams. But we've seen it even creep up into top level play. If you remember, University of Toronto actually had a pinch hitter TF player at support, and so they would swap him to mid lane to play Twisted Fate, and that's it. As Barlow plays this optimally.
Ooh, Barlow going hard on the Verg.
Yes.
The flash right away. Lots of spears into the back. That Ren would have done a lot. Verg staying safe.
I have said this so many times. If you do not flash on set support at the beginning of the game, you're playing the champion wrong. You flash level 1, you face breaker, and then they flash or they die. Those are the options. And now you have a winning lane state with the Callista where you're not going to be able to take advantage of this. The Senna is not going to be able to step forward and make any harassment, get all this soul stacking going. And it's a lot easier to try to make a play happen for Zyle. Opens up this bottom lane quite a bit more than what it had previously. The one problem is now it is set without a flash, which is a lot less useful, but top lane.
This is what you're kind of hoping for here. The prophecy foretold team going on to Lawrence, but there is Zyle in the bush. Will turn it around for first blood to Harrisburg.
That is not the right way to be flashing right now if you are Nasus. Honestly, let the sapling hit turn into the tower. Don't give the kill to Renekton. That's the last thing you would want. I know Zyle is also very mean. He's still going. He's somewhere. he's just sacrificing more minions.
Yeah, you gotta fall to the tower.
The worse this gets. Yeah, he's just losing more and more minions to the tower that he should not. Just give the kill, man. I'm sorry. Like, give the kill.
If Zyle really wanted to be mean, you don't even twist it.
You don't even kill him. You just leave him. you
keep
start farming
him.
the camp. Yeah. Like, his choice would have been to walk back to lane or back, and like you could just harass him out of backing by throwing an auto attack, because Maokai does like 30 damage with his base auto attacks against the Nazes at the first level. Like, that would have been really, really mean. But yeah, I think a bit of a bag fumbled right there from Larry the Crawfish, getting that gank. I did like the attempt. They almost got Lawrence, and almost got the Nazes going, but again, there's just so much wasted time.
Yeah, and I mean, Larry did get back with the teleport to catch the wave that was crashing into the tower at the time, but you can already look at the CS, and it's a lot picked up for Lawrence. Does get a recall onto that one with the long sword and dagger, so getting a little bit more early damage into this matchup. And Zyle, he's focusing his attention onto this Nasus.
Wants to make sure that the Nasus gets
No
going.
flash.
Again, this is a rough matchup to start off the game for the Nasus, but it does get better after you get like first item into second item territory. You get like Bramble Vest, and then you start into like second item, like your Sunderer is done, and all of a sudden the Nasus actually starts winning the lane outright.
Don't bring Savage. They brought everyone. They brought the whole family. Larry doesn't deserve this. Lawrence, you should feel bad about that kill.
Should have put him in the bot lane. You still have a chance to swap them. You could just put Naz's bot and put the Psy on top lane. Now I'm just saying, you could still make that swap happen.
I want it. I want it. Larry, get down here. Larry, what are you doing? No. Wait. Backing up. Nope. Going to top lane.
Yeah. Okay, he does have Bramble, so I think the one-on-one is a little bit harder for just the outright kill to come through from Lawrence. But the 2-kill advantage, the early kill going over, Zyle picking up 2 kills is also massive, because again, Maokai does a large amount of damage to kick off a game. Being this fed, having a Darksteel, like, especially with the amount of CC you've got elsewhere on the team, like, you can really pack a punch on this Maokai.
Tanks. When your tanks become carries, when they're the ones doing the damage, you're in for a bad day. Pushing in this wave. Larry, a lot of suffering going on in the bottom lane. Barlow going to look to intercept onto Skimpy. A lot of damage, but there's the big shield from the Haymaker. A lot of that damage being blocked, but not enough blocked as Zyle joins the fray and puts down another. Berg with the run, but the spears are there, so the Rend will follow. Double kill Zyle! Just straight up jacks it from Miracle.
Hyper carry.
Triple kill from Zyle right now. Not going to go through. Saxy into the zombie mode. Not going to find too much right there, but big success for Harrisburg's bot.
That is perfectly fine. I mean, you're taking that. You got 4 kills on Maokai at this point in the game. He's backing, like, after this clear, like, he backs, and I really, really wonder if he just finishes the match as he goes for it, because he's got the ability to do so. I like that he's moving around the map. I like that he's attacking. He set up his top lane for success. He set up the bottom lane for a lot of success. Mid lane is the one place where things are going fine. Ping his skills on the Karthus, but it's going to be a while until this team is really susceptible to the heavy damage that the Karthus can put out once you get to like 2 items, 3 items. And it feels like the game is already in such a rut. You're down 4K at 6 minutes in. Yeah. Like, this is such a distance that Western Kentucky is going to have to try to cover.
You know, they had a great game number 1. Now they have to figure out how to come back from this early deficit coming out in this game number 2, and it's going to be rough. It's definitely not around this top side. Just try and let Larry survive over here and still get his farm playing as safe as possible. For Harrisburg, they're going to continue to try and punish this bot lane, sending a 4-man death squad. Responding quite quickly will be Western Kentucky as they'll get underneath the tower.
Cool. Just taking a look across the map. Playing forward a little bit, and it seems like Dragon is going to be the option here for Harrisburg, which makes a lot of sense. They're leaving top lane on an island. I think that's a warranted play at this point here from the side of Harrisburg, because, again, this is not a place that the Nasus really wants to be for quite some time. He's just going to be stacking in the face of Lawrence, but Lawrence just doesn't care for the most part. You can see he just walked up, he got the Demolition proc, and he bottom lane now gets the full attention of Zyle.
Heike Savage getting ganked, but Skimpy's level 5, and Heike Savage is level 7. Not in the best position to actually try and complete that gank. A lot of damage can be returned. And with that control being established towards the river, Harrisburg keep putting visits down south as they're headed for the bot lane.
They are going to try to make a dive happen. If they can't, again, they can always walk right back up the top side. Oh.
All right, here we go. The dive coming through. Frozen Tomb laid onto Verg. Verg falls. And with the Fates called following through, No one sacrificed. Double kill going over to Makel.
Great aggro break right there, waiting for that third tower shot to come through. Didn't even want to risk that it was going to be enough to actually kill off Barlow. So they just used it a little bit early. I think they tanked one shot that maybe could have been tanked by the support if they needed it to, but just doesn't matter. They're going to get plates. They could have walked to Dragon. I still think that could have been an option, but with the back coming out of mid lane, I don't think they're going to get punished for it. Instead, HiKeySavage is going to catch the mid wave, push it back out, walk back into bottom side. The back from the bot lane can come out, and the wave is already pushed. It's going to go back in the middle. They're going to be in a perfect position to go for the Dragon anyway.
What a fight right here. Both of them going into Kaiju mode. Skimpy hopping in to be the interference. The great equalizer. This matchup with the spear to the back of Lawrence. We'll put him down.
There we go. Okay, once again, when in doubt, put the Pantheon on top of the Nasus and see what happens. That's the best thing you can hope for right here. Again, it's Lawrence who's going for a very aggressive build. You're going for Blade of the Rune King. You're trying to make a play happen against Laurie the Crawfresh in the laning phase, keep him as fresh as possible, making sure the Nasus is never going to get powerful, but it's going to be Skimpy. Finds his way to the top side, able to find that closeout with the spear, opens up just a little bit of breathing room. Not sufficient in the one-on-one here, but at least they get something in this game.
I was kind of surprised at that damage that went through, but double longsword built did have some level of AD to really put that in, and does do the damage to get Lawrence. So finally on the board will be Western Kentucky. They have a place to play around. Nasus, Larry, still surviving over on this top side. Hasn't given up too much else, but it's still Lawrence with a strong lead. And now Zyle putting his attention over there, sending the rest of the Death Squad. It's pretty much Zyle and the Death Squad. Wherever Zyle goes, the rest will follow.
Go into Rift Herald just because you can do anything that you want. Okay, Barlow decides to Hex Flash out and actually didn't get hit by an ability. I think it was Pinga's skill was trying to guess that he was going to move, but it just didn't have to in that case. And I like that they were leaning into that to try to buy some space for the Renekton, and it's curious whether they're still there or not. Only just now is Barlow actually making his way to the bottom side. He's going to get spotted out on the ward that was just placed there. They're going to be leaving to make sure they don't get punished, but the important part is it opened up space for the proxy coming through so that there was no move from topside to help out for Zyle taking the Rift Herald, who can now set up a little bit. He can get some saplings down. He can try to cover a little bit more for his top laner to allow for, again, this aggressive play that Lawrence has been going for. And Rift Herald can be popped anywhere you want. I'm still surprised no Dragon has come through at all yet. It feels like this was a very free objective for Harrisburg a couple of times, but they just want to spike this game as fast as possible. The way to do that is Rift Herald.
Yeah, they're just going for the fights. They're going for the spikes. They're going for the plates. They're going for the towers. Harrisburg, early momentum on their side. Now they're going for bot lane once again. Zyle calling over the Goon Squad saying, it's time to dive once again. I am sorry, Western Kentucky. We're sending you to the grave. Now here's the ultimate being used by Zyle. We'll look to lead the charge, but the teleport is enough to dissuade.
Okay. So there are sufficient members here to also contest against Dragon if they were here. The one problem is you're still playing into a very large number of champions who have their ultimates that can engage into the Karthus if you're not careful. Wow, that damage. Okay.
Larry looking for the kill on the top side. Meanwhile, in the river, fight breaks out. Larry having to flash away. Dinner bell being rung. Saxy onto Barlow, but there is the RKO. Will land it onto Saxy. Pulling two in. Haymaker goes through. Harrisburg turning this right into their favor without much issue as the ultimate gets popped. So will Larry the Clawfish over in the top lane. Verg, nowhere for him to go. Will get taken down by the Callista. Only one remains, but that will fall. The ace for Harrisburg.
Very, very well played by Harrisburg, I think, pulling apart every single thread fiber from Western Kentucky's composition. And it was so neatly done, too, just because it felt like Callista went so far up. Mako was very, very aggressive, got stunned up, got slowed down, and still was able to cleanse out of that situation, which is what led to them not really focusing in the right position. Two split off to go after Callista, two were still on the set, and multiple members were kind of in the midst of everything, completely untouched. And it's what allowed for Harrisburg to take such a commanding victory right there. That compiled with the fact that, of course, Lawrence is still smashing this one-to-one matchup because of the early pressure. It's just opened up so much. They still haven't taken the Dragon because they just don't care. They're up 10k at this point.
So far, at 10k at 12 minutes. Whoa. Whoa,
Crazy.
That is quite the lead from Harrisburg. And this composition is paying its dividends as just control all over the map. Every single member of Harrisburg has a kill, even Barlow. Really, what is there to play around for Western Kentucky? You did get that kill earlier from Skimpy, ganking over onto that top side. The Blade of the Rune King on Lawrence, so still squishy into that end. Maybe you can play on it again. Ping a skill, now under attack. So is Larry chasing away Lawrence, trying to keep that tower still up and available. But the Goon Squad has been called once again. It's in the mid lane.
Yes, they're anywhere on the map that they need to be. They're going to try to put some pressure there, break that tower. Okay, ultimate from Larry the Crawfish.
Okay.
He's down 2 levels, but he feels like
Dominus.
he can take it.
Dominus gets used, still gets a lot of healing, but that's that Bramble Vest doing some work right there. It means a lot of that healing is denied, and sing your song, Ping is skill. Requiem gets the kill.
There we go. One of many that could potentially come from this game. They're down 10k, so it's very unlikely they could come back, but this is maybe one option that they've got, which is the Carfish trying to hyperscale, trying to grab this Leandries up and do some significant damage with these ult shots coming through onto multiple members here from Harrisburg University. They're going to have to play from lower range, which means Carfish is going to have more than enough space in teamfights to be able to work with. Again, it's a very, very deep long shot, but it's the only one really that I think Western Kentucky has at this point in the game. As you can see that, like, Lawrence is winning for the most part. The pure one-on-one, yes, this split push is going to yield a couple. Oh, it didn't even get him a plate. Oh, it's so sad. The timer.
That is absolutely tragic. Just as the plate is about to be taken down, it's removed off of the timer, and unfortunately, that does mean less gold for Larry. A little bit going to be missed out here. Still enjoying that last kill that was picked up against Lawrence Skimpy in the jungle, looking to steal away the golems, getting chased by Lawrence, and there's no place like home. Tap your heels together, and you just might see it. Gets picked up, and will be sent home via the respawn.
Just tries to ult out. I think if he was going to, I don't know, it was a really weird position to find yourself in. Try to ult out maybe is your only option right there, but you also just throw yourself to the mercy of the tower, try to buy something. Is Makel hiding around a little bit? I didn't even see Zyle coming in from nowhere.
Zyle! What was that? Zyle just showing up without entrance music, just pure interference.
He's got so many kills in this game. He's a Maokai with 6 kills at this point. He's the full stack Darkseal. He could swap it to Magi's anytime he wants. Feels like this is the demonic embrace, the ego demonic embrace angle.
Oh yeah, most definitely. As he'll gonna be acquired now. Western Kentucky. You get it from Skimpy. Now looking for Zyle. Both running low, but so is Ping his skill, and there's not much damage afforded right now for the side of Western Kentucky. They're not choosing to contest, but Harrisburg, you guys are being menace. You guys are being an absolute menace. Still staying in that jungle.
What? Also, why? Why? He thought... I actually don't know how many stacks that the Nasus has right now, because I haven't been able to keep track. I can't see that number, unfortunately. But right there, I think it was Lawrence who just said, I think I will survive a Q. But unfortunately, his math was very, very wrong. Very, very wrong. Because as soon as he jumped in, he just got eviscerated.
Brother, you went first item Blade of the Rune King. You don't have the defensive stats to fight that one out. You're going against someone who has Bramble Vest.
He has Sheen, man. Like, the game is over. Sheen is basically full build for the Nasus. He hasn't been able to crack the tower, but again, slowly getting some of the infinite stacking on that Q is helping out at least a little bit. He is getting surrounded, however, so it is likely that Larry the Crawfish will find his early tomb.
All right, here comes RKO onto Larry the Crawfish. 3 members of Harrisburg surrounding. They will fill the storm. Barlow will grab the kill.
Easy enough. A couple of kills here or there that have been thrown about for Western Kentucky, but once again, the control is necessary here. That's been held by Harrisburg, and they're using it very effectively. Yes, it's been the Goon Squad kind of running about and causing mass chaos and death among the camp of Western Kentucky, but it's led to mid tower going down, bottom tower going down, top tower now going down, Rift Herald 2 being taken. They did eventually grab up the dragon, which is finally something that they were able to accomplish that I feel like they should have been doing since like minute 7 of this game, which means they should have been like 2 dragons ahead of where they are right now to put pressure on the side of Western Kentucky, but they've basically got a very large amount of this game wrapped up.
Simple dive right there on the Skimpy. Another kill on the side of Harrisburg.
Okay.
Now Ping is skill, looking to get out of the gator. But this swamp does not belong to you, Lawrence. Taking down Ping is skill. 2 down now will be Western Kentucky. And they're marching on your base, Harrisburg, knocking right on the front door. As they go for an inhibitor tower. Makel standing forward. Shelly gets a charge in. No engage coming out from the side of Western Kentucky. Still trying to clear out these minions.
Okay. They've got sufficient wave clear at this point, especially without anybody really being behind. That Ike Savage and Vakel should be able to do quite a bit. I was curious whether or not Zyle should just press his ultimate right there, and they should walk up, take the tower, and just walk away. I think it would have been super easy. The cooldown isn't really that long. I felt like that was the right option. But they decide against it. They'll play a little more passively, play for the containing of that cooldown for the dragon. As Lawrence is going to get chased off. I don't think he's under too much threat here. Could be wrong about that, but yeah,
no
not going to be the case. Just going to be able to walk out.
Could have pressured a little bit more. I think there was a chance there, because I really like what Skimpy did. Was able to block a lot of that damage that came from the skills themselves with that W. And with that W or E. I forget. Which one's the block? It's the E, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, there we go.
The
so
W
it's
stun.
Yeah. Oh, okay. W. Sorry. There we go. And that blocked like the full combo of damage coming out from Lawrence. So Lawrence was still waiting on cooldowns there. There was a realistic chance of the Requiem being up. It's all these small things that we're seeing from Western Kentucky, but they still have a lot of life in them. There's still a lot of chance left in them. So I do like that regard of how they're playing for a lot of these picks, but it's still very much a Harrisburg game.
Ooh. Unfortunate. I don't even know what else to say about that. It's just race car Maokai running in from the top rope, being able to throw in everything. It's Hikey Savage.
Okay, going on to Hikey Savage. Hikey Savage gets low, uses the hourglass bait. Feels bad, man. But Hikey Savage will survive.
Stopwatch abuser right there, ladies and gentlemen. What are we supposed to say about that situation? Felt like the counterplay is just not there, unfortunately. He's able to bait them into going just so far forward, thinking that they can take the 2v1, thinking that they have an opportunity for a kill, some kind of response, but it's just not there as bot lane continues to get pushed, mid lane continues to get pushed. Once again, the dragon is just being ignored as Harrisburg has so much space on the map to work with. They're just doing anything that they want at this point. So you have Lawrence finally pay some respect for the fact that he has absolutely no armor into a champion with exclusively penetration to work with. It seems like that's going to be the case, as they will walk away. They're backing. I was hoping they would go back to Dragon, then back, but instead they're just going to walk out. They're going to go spend their gold and continue not caring about neutral objectives because they are just winning at the moment.
Larry's getting chased on the long one.
Yes.
All right, there it is. Finally catches the wave. Hikey Savage not going to follow through with that. I want to take a look at how much farm Larry was able to get. Not just the farm, but the stacks, if we possibly can. Because 138, it's not the best in that regard, but a lot of that was underneath the tower. So it's still quite a bit amount of Qs to stack up for this Nasus. Bigger thing is just Lawrence. He really pressured that top end, took that tower. Has more gold nonetheless, but no defensive stats. I want to believe, Dean. I want to believe. I'm trying to set up somewhere to believe, and I keep looking at Larry.
I'm trying to find somewhere to get something, right? Frozen Heart can at least keep him alive for a decent amount of time. He's going to reduce healing, but I just don't think he has the damage right now to be able to kill anybody, and his health is also miraculously low. Look at that. It's like 1,700, 1,800 health against the target. Like, Callista's Rend with a couple of spears is going to be sufficient just to kill him. You can see he's just getting kited out, too. Oh, it feels so bad.
From all angles, Harrisburg arrive, and Larry will fall. And inside, Western Kentucky decide to go for the Drake. They grab that, but their base is left wide open onto this regard. And there we go. Inhibitor tower number 1 down, going straight for the inhibitor. They can transition that straight over to the mid lane and take inhibitor tower number 2. Zyle just waiting around for that cooldown of the chem take to find his next engage, but will use the ultimate. Ping is skill too far forward, gets caught by the roots, and will get jumped on by Barlow and Zyle. Here comes the engage right back. Ping is skill, gonna sing the Requiem. Tossing in Barlow, goes right over the head of Saxy. It is kills picked up across the board for Harrisburg. They'll take inhibitor
TP.
number 2.
Okay, wait a minute. Wait. We're not done yet. Lots of low members here.
Oh, Saxy. Can Saxy make it happen? The shield goes up. A little bit too low. Mako looking to run away, but you need to get that wither. Kited for days. Larry turns around, looking for Zyle. Needs to drop the K. Larry can't get close enough. Ace Harrisburg.
He TPs in. They have 2 members at full health against a bunch of members at like 300. And tragically, the Nasus' one Achilles heel, CC of any kind, denies him access to any champions. And unfortunately, Western Kentucky, they throw the scaling gambit out there. They try these champions, and it just doesn't work. The the game's not completely over yet, but it might as well be with this big of an advantage. We're sitting on 20,000 gold at 20 minutes into the game. You don't really have the ability to come back at this point. You just don't have the time. They can just run at your base, and there's not much you're going to be able to respond with. It was a valiant effort, but wow, this has just been Harrisburg all game, man.
I wanted to believe there was a world where Larry withers the Callista, thanks for the money, turns around, sees Zyle, says, screw Mother Nature, puts down the cane, and suddenly we're seeing Western Kentucky still in a pretty bad situation, but looking pretty cool in the process.
Very easy position to find yourself in.
It would have been, it would have been nuts, Dean. It would have been the best thing you've ever seen. On God. But now...
For real.
2 inhibitors down, Harrisburg, just looking for the closing moments, looking for that final nail in the coffin.
Alright, and you can just pinch things in. I really love this situation. Oh, never mind. Zyle's just a race car.
So fast. The vroom vroom of doom finds another victim. Makel goes legendary. Able to jump on to the next one. Saxy sent right to the dirt with that RKO. Zyle holding down Larry Savage. Legendary. So many members of Harrisburg Legendary onto this one. A debut on the season, and they are looking fantastic as they start off their journey through NA Star League.
And lots of things to appreciate. It was a tough game for Western Kentucky in a hard-fought series. They had their bright moments. That second game was just so domineering from the side of Harrisburg University. It was just ridiculous what they were able to do. We don't see that often. In previous seasons, they don't usually take this big of a whooping to teams, even at this level, but like even lower levels, they usually just don't take that big of a smacking to. But in this game, they let loose just a little bit. The fact that Makel stepped into this lineup, I don't know if it's a permanent change to them or whether Hopeful's just gone for the evening, something like that, the same way that the jungle position is. That Callista is something you have to pay attention to. That was a mean Callista, played it amazingly well in order to make things happen. And this was just like the closing fight. Watch Makel's like movement during this, especially in the last couple of moments of this fight. He's just perfectly positioned, slides through the team like absolutely nothing.
Wait. I know what this moment is. This was the moment where it should have been
No, you did not just tell it. No! Don't show us this again. Okay, pay attention to the Nasus. I love the way he comes to the top side. He gets a Q on Makel, almost gets him, gets the Wither, there's the cleanse, and then unfortunately Nasus can't catch it.
That's the pain right there. Kited for days. But you know, yeah, props off to Western Kentucky and everything they were able to bring, especially in that game number 1. Their bottom lane looked absolutely fantastic. I liked what I saw from the Misfortune and the Leona combo that we saw down there. Even some of the responses to Lawrence and his over-aggression, still able to capitalize on that. Western Kentucky did put up a good fight, but at the end of the day, it is Harrisburg's W, and they're starting off right where they left off.
Yeah, it's a position where, like, I think the biggest takeaway for Western Kentucky University is that, like, I don't think they participated in Northern Conference last year. They did in 2021, and I don't think their performance was particularly amazing. I think with a roster like this, the way that it's looking, you could step back into Northern Conference, maybe Eastern Conference, something like that, walk into one of these big ones, and actually make a little bit of noise. You might not be a top contender. You might not be at Harrisburg's level. You might not be at Maryville's level, whichever one you decide to go to, but you will still be able to win games and be competitive with some of the teams that are also there just to grow as organization, and you got to appreciate that. For Harrisburg, this is the first of many statement wins. There's a lot of members inside of this conference, inside of all these other conferences that you're going to be looking for. They're establishing themselves as one of these primary kind of dominate teams in order to make this championship run. And so this is the start of it, not only for fall, but also when you get into spring, specifically this fall, and attempting to win NACE is their big goal right now.
Well, that is enough from us. Let's actually hear from the winners. It's going to be one of the members from Harrisburg lined up for an interview with us. I want to welcome you to the broadcast. Yes, I was hoping for it. It is Zyle. First question right out. How does it feel to start off the season on a dub, Zyle?
It feels good. I feel like it's definitely a match we should win, so it's not like, we're jumping for joy or anything, but yeah, it definitely feels good.
Now, I also know that, at least at Hugh, you weren't playing, you were doing more over-the-shoulder stuff, more coaching stuff. How much have you been able to play with the team, scrim with the team? Because you look like you were right in place where you needed to be.
Yeah, so for Hugh, basically because of the Hugh did qualifiers this year, and qualifiers happened like super early on. So by the time that we actually got to campus, like the roster for Hugh qualifiers had to have already been decided. And so it's like we didn't really get to scrim before then and decide like who was going to be playing. So since Hugh, like, you know, everyone has been sort of getting scrim time, and we're deciding like who we're going to go forward with on the main roster. So yeah, I've been playing more since Hugh. But yeah, that was sort of the situation with that.
All right. We had a little conversation earlier. You did have a lot of good things to say about Harrisburg. I want you to repeat those, especially right here on the broadcast. How does it feel to represent this program and everything they've done for the esports scene?
Yeah, I think Harrisburg is really, really a great program. I think that, like, you know, a lot of people have... There's like a lot of programs out there that it feels like don't fully have like the support of the school behind the program, and Harrisburg is lucky enough to like have full school support. Like, you know, we've met the president. Like, the president shows up and has like meetings with our staff and stuff like that, and so it just feels nice to be like fully and completely recognized by your school, whereas a lot of teams don't have that. So yeah, I think I really appreciate, like, you know, all the resources and stuff we have at Harrisburg. So yeah, I like it here a lot.
And now, the other big thing, at least that I want to ask about for you guys, you specifically probably have some of the best insight for this, which is what you want to get out of NACE performing in this tournament specifically, because you know, you can win this tournament, you get amazing prizes, you get the ability to scrim at the beginning of the season, but what are you looking for most to get out of a tournament like this?
Yeah, I mean, NACE, okay, so obviously NACE is an important tournament for us. We want to do well in NACE. Like, having a good start to the collegiate year is like, you know, it bolsters your morale and things like that. Obviously, like, as a collegiate team, you always have to have your eyes set on CLOL as like the number one thing. And so I wouldn't say it's like that tier of seriousness, but it is really good practice for the start of the season, and it would be really good to like get an early win for the team, you know? So I think that we're just looking to refine our game in the matches. You know, it's nice to be able to have like a mix of scrims and matches as you're like practicing throughout the season. So I feel like NACE and UPL are basically what that is for us. Yeah.
All right. One little quirky question right here. Favorite D&D race?
My favorite D&D race. I'm a player
as well, so is Rebel.
I think Genasi are super cool. I like the idea of being like an elemental sort of like humanoid hybrid. Genasi are really dope. Specifically Earth Genasi, I think, are the coolest.
All right. You got any final shout-outs you want to do before we let you go here, Zyle?
Yeah, shout out my mom. She's the GOAT. Shout out Tupac. Rip, homie. That's all I got.
I love you so much, Zyle. Congratulations on your win. We'll see you next time. Thank you for joining us on this interview.
All right, thanks, guys. See ya.
Oh, yeah, he's always a blast. He's always a blast to have on interview. He's such a kind-hearted person, but has the best memes on top of that.
I wasn't expecting a Tupac meme. That came out of nowhere. I can appreciate it. It's been too long since I've heard one, so I've gotta love that one.
All right, well, we have to start closing out for the day, as it's been quite the experience to especially start off this first season. There's really so much excitement that we have here when it comes to NACE Star League and a lot of the esports that we cover. We are going to take a moment to look at the schedule to see what else will be coming up. As you know, Tuesdays will be Overwatch 2, followed by League of Legends after 2 games. Call of Duty and Valorant first-person shooters will be taking your Wednesday space. Thursdays, it's Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. We'll finish it off with Fridays and CSGO. But for the KhazixMayJump, as we do close out here, we want to give a thank you to a lot of our sponsors here. Of course, Extra Life, Corsair, Monster, BetterHelp, Duncan, Mavex. They all help make this show a reality. My name is Eric Desrex Beltran. Joining me, of course, was Dean Rebel Fox Merrick. I want to thank you all for joining us. We love you all. Take care. We'll see you next time on A Star League.